I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, February 19th, 2026. The time is 9:47 in the morning, and we are in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and is available to the public on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing is the Office of Zoning performance in fiscal years 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to date. This is a continuation of a hearing that we started on the 12th. That was last week, and we ran out of time, so we carried over the Office of Zoning to this morning. When I adjourn this hearing, which I think will be in about an hour, we will then have a hearing on the performance of the District of Columbia Public School System, DCPS, where we will be hearing from the Chancellor. We heard from parents and other public witnesses yesterday regarding DCPS and the public charter schools. This is, as I said, a continuation of a hearing, but the hearing with DCPS will be the fifth of 8 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this month and early next month as part of our performance oversight prior to receiving the budget from the mayor on April 2nd. All of the council committees are having performance oversight hearings this month, end of January, and first week of March. With that, we have I believe it's 7 witnesses who had signed up for the hearing last week, and I'm going to see if they're here today. I suspect they're all virtual. Mark Eckenweiler, who is Vice Chair of ANC 6C. Martin Holmes. Judy Chester, who's Chair of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Parissa Naruzzi, who's Executive Director at Empower DC. Nancy McWood. Margaret Lenzner, who is a member of the Ward 3 Housing Justice Group, and Skylar Dean. I'm being told that Margaret Lenzner is logged on, but she needs to accept in order to be able to participate, which she has done. We don't know about the others. Well, I'll call them again before we go to the government. So, Ms. Chesser, Judy Chesser, you would be first up.
Hello?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to get rid of something coming up. I'm Judy Chesser on behalf of the Committee of 100. The Office of Zoning rules state that the commission must avoid, any appearance of preferential treatment and avoid any loss of complete independence or impartiality. But the commission discourages public participation. They mischaracterize opposition witnesses as anti-affordable housing, even when their testimony calls for more affordable housing. In the Connecticut Avenue case, in the complete quote from the chairman is attached to my testimony, the Zoning Commission and the Office of Planning have repeated, this is a quote from the chairman, they have repeatedly tried to get rid of some of the inequities. We're making another attempt. So far, we've failed. And the reason we failed is not because the city, OP, and the commission, Zoning Commission, and others have not tried. It's because there's been a lot of pushback. If a witness questions an OP proposal, does that constitute pushback? Even when those questions may be a push for affordable housing? A typical Zoning Commission hearing goes like this. Convenes at 4 o'clock. OP and AP as an applicant presents and they are praised. The Office of the Attorney General testifies on behalf of Smart Growth. About 40 proponents who haven't seemed to have read the documents and are trained by the Coalition for Smart Growth in YIMBY to mention racial equity, although they are all white, say this is the first time they have ever testified. Commissioner Miller thanks them profusely. At 8 o'clock, Chairman Hood says he wants to finish by 9. He asks how many opponent witnesses, give or take 11. Opponents are not thanked at the end of their testimony. The Zoning Commission has closed the record in the Connecticut Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue cases before OP submits all the documents requested. In the Connecticut Avenue case, Commissioner Wright spoke of working sessions with the OP, the applicant, although these are not open to the public. They should be. Rulemaking, which is the method being used on Wisconsin and Connecticut Avenue, is a model for use elsewhere in the city. It silences the public. OP and the Zoning Commission are using it to make dramatic zoning changes on hundreds of lots before any developer prevents any plans. Rulemaking means no cross-examination of the applicant, 3 minutes to address multiple issues across hundreds of lots. In the Wisconsin Avenue case, no notice has been given at any time to the 116 lot owners. There is no planning. The infrastructure assessments are left over on the OP website, not in the record. There is no legal challenge to a rulemaking. There is no public input, no hearings, no ANC review once a developer presents a proposal. There are no PUDs, and there never will be, because the heights are so high, because the zoning envelope is so high, so dramatic, no developer is ever going to ask for a PUD. In Friendship Heights, it goes to 150 feet, in Tenleytown, 130 feet. Proposed densities are twice to triple current densities. The upzoning may immediately trigger increased property taxes and increased rents. OP and Zoning Commission say their hands are tied because all these decisions were made by the council, not them. The FLUM does allow going to maximum heights, but it says consider the context of the neighborhood. In conclusion, if the council does not exercise strong oversight, OP's claims that the council made all of these decisions will go unchallenged. We vote for 6 members of the council, the chair, the 4 at large, and the ward. Each of you will have to explain why in 2026 you silence the public on any development along these large avenues across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. Let me see who else is here. Nancy McWood.
Good morning. I'm Nancy McWood, a 30-year resident of Ward 3 and a former 11-term ANC commissioner. I want to testify today about the Zoning Commission practices and procedures. It has become the practice of zoning commissioners to comment after presentations of the Office of Planning on their reaction to particulars of a case. It is not unusual for commissioners to declare support for the elements of a case and its overall impact. This occurs before any public witnesses have spoken. It sends a chilling message to witnesses that what they say won't matter or affect the commission's decision. I don't think this should ever be appropriate, and I hope the council will express the same sentiment to the Zoning Commission. This year, it became apparent during an offhand comment from a commissioner during a hearing that the Zoning Commission is meeting in closed-door sessions with the Office of Planning and perhaps others on cases. These sessions are concerning since decisions should be made on the record, and these information sharing sessions are not on the record, and whatever is said is not known to the public. I urge the council to reestablish a proper relationship between OP and the commission by funding independent staff for the Zoning Commission. The Zoning Commission rules give the commission flexibility in determining the type of proceeding it will employ for regulatory cases. It appears that the Zoning Commission by default chooses a regulatory system that constrains public engagement by the nature of its procedural rules and allows the chair to prematurely close the record to additional public comments. When there is public interest in a case, I think the commission should adopt a contested case format to optimize public engagement. The commission should not be reluctant to give the public an enhanced role because it is worried about how long the case will take to decision or whether an appeal might result from a decision. Over the past year, the Zoning Commission has accepted numerous Office of Planning text amendments. The Zoning Commission does not explore with OP whether there will be additional text amendments offered later that will build on changes the Commission is considering. There were different text amendments on rear yards, for example, in residential zones that were considered piecemeal in different cases. This should not happen. It is a disservice to the public to have to guess where a OP may be going with a text amendment and whether there is some OP goal that will only be revealed in the later text amendment case. The Zoning Commission accepted an omnibus text amendment case filed by OP last year. It included 26 amendments that OP admitted were meaningful amendments. Only after strong objections did the Commission tell OP that it would not consider all the amendments during one hearing. The OP and the Commission still grouped multiple amendments to be heard in a series of hearings separated by a few days. As with other Commission accommodations to OP, the result is the public is inconvenienced or discouraged from participating in what is undeniably a dense, complicated case, and yet these changes should be fully understood by the public because they have real impact. Finally, I want to comment on a recent practice by OP to demonstrate text amendment compliance with the comprehensive plan with lists of policy references with no linkage to which policies underpin which part of a proposal. The Office of Planning did this for the omnibus text amendments, which meant that no one could challenge that a policy did not in fact relate to a particular amendment. OP is using the same format in rezoning cases. The Zoning Commission accepts this practice and doesn't question which policies link to which elements of a case. There is no possible way that the Commission can say with any certainty that comprehensive plan compliance has been shown. The Commission should insist that OP demonstrate compliance with a more rigorous and disciplined report that shows which policies support which aspects of a case or which text amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McWood. Margaret Lenzner?
Good morning. Thank you for letting me
Good morning.
testify. 5 years ago, I joined Ward 3 Housing Justice to advocate for substantial, meaningful, affordable housing in Northwest Washington, where I have lived all my life. We are very disappointed that so little progress has been made towards the mayor's 2019 goal of 1,990 new affordable homes in Ward 3, where 2,618, mostly luxury apartments, have been recently built on Wisconsin Avenue and at the Wardman, but only 233 are affordable. We welcomed the Office of Planning's Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework because of the significant opportunities for affordable housing, especially in Friendship Heights redevelopment. Along with other housing advocates, we offered recommendations for improvement. OP's proposed rezoning essentially gives away enormous amounts of increased density that should trigger greater affordability requirements. The Zoning Commission should find ways to maximize truly affordable housing to ensure the inclusion of low-income households in Rock Creek West. When we testified at the Zoning Commission hearings in December on cases 2509 and 2513, we were glad to hear the commissioners echo our concerns about critical aspects of the Office of Planning's text amendment proposals. But we are very disappointed that the case records were closed immediately after the hearings. The Zoning Commission asked the Office of Planning many questions, which OP says it will answer in supplemental submissions this spring. If the case records aren't reopened, we won't have an opportunity to react to the new material with public comments. The Zoning Commission's decisions in these cases will have enormous consequences for everyone in our community and potentially citywide. As a matter of fairness and democracy, it is essential that the public is allowed to weigh in. Thank you for the opportunity to express our serious concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Lenzner. Let me see if the others are here. Mark Eckenweiler? Vice Chair ANC 6C, Martin Holmes, Parissa Noruzi, Executive Director of Empower DC, and Skylar Dean. All right, well then, that would conclude the public testimony. The testimony's been helpful. I notice there seems to be a sentiment on all sides of these issues that the zoning commission should not have closed the record in this case in December. I will ask the commission about that when they testify, as well as some of the other points that have been raised. I don't have questions for you, but I appreciate the three of you, your testimony. So you're excused. I'm going to call the government, which is Anthony Hood, Chair of the Zoning Commission, Sarah Barden, who is the Director of the Office of Zoning. When you're ready.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. With me today is Chairman Hood. I am very glad to be here with you today to testify about the accomplishments of the Office of Zoning over the last fiscal year. As usual, I would like to start my testimony by taking a moment to thank OZ staff for their hard work and dedication to public service. We all work together as a strong, cohesive team day in and day out as we provide public service to the public, the BZA, and the Zoning Commission. As you know, OZ is an independent agency that provides professional, technical, and administrative assistance to the Zoning Commission and the BZA. We support them in their oversight and adjudication of zoning matters in the District of Columbia. In administering the zoning application processes, we review and accept applications, schedule public hearings and meetings, and draft and issue legal orders that document the decisions of both the Zoning Commission and the BZA. In addition to OZ's primary mission to support the Commission and the Board, we have ongoing strategic activities in keeping with that mission. First, we are applying computer technologies to enhance the effectiveness of our zoning processes. Secondly, we're committed to assisting the public in navigating through the zoning process. And currently, we are working to clear a BZA order backlog that precedes OZ's legal division. We have provided a letter containing the answers to the questions included in the City Council letter of February 6, 2026. I would like to touch on the progress of our legal division in my testimony today. In FY22, the City Council and Mayor funded the transfer of the responsibility to provide legal counsel to the BZA and ZC from the Office of the Attorney General to the Office of Zoning. We knew the new responsibilities would be challenging and that it would take time to adjust and make a difference to clear the 90-plus order backlog. Since the responsibility shift, in total, we have issued nearly 1,000 BZA orders. This means the attorneys have had to analyze and draft a report for every one of these cases prior to hearing, which averages out to be 8 cases per week. Of the 976 orders written since FY22, 143 were full orders drafted and reviewed by OZLD. So in addition to these reports, they are conducting a complete review of the case record and transcript for full orders they are drafting, including those in the inherited backlog. This past year, OZLD drafted almost all of the aging approved and denial orders, and we have issued several orders for cases decided within the past year. We have been steadily trying to find effective ways to reduce the backlog and to ensure that we do not create a further backlog going forward. With the assistance of the funds allotted by the council and the work of OZLD, we have initial drafts on 34 of the outstanding full orders, most of which are appeals. We are currently working on a contract with a highly qualified vendor to finalize these oldest orders. We believe the contract will be finalized March 1st. Once complete, we will systematically issue the oldest orders working forward. I completely agree that it is unacceptable that these orders have been languishing for so long. I have faith that with everything we have put together, we will put a serious dent in eliminating the backlog by September 2026. Thank you for continuing to assist us in this initiative. As an update for specific orders that were brought to the attention of the council, Mr. Otten's order and one of Mr. Eckenweil's orders are finalized and have been sent out for review and exceptions. The second of Mr. Eckenweil's orders should be issued within the next month or so. On the zoning commission side, we have a slight backlog due to staffing shortage because of the resignation of an employee. This left only 2 attorneys working on all zoning commission cases. A new attorney was subsequently hired, but as I've said before, it takes time for a new attorney to come up to speed. Despite the setback, OZ was able to issue 80 orders from FY25 to date, and I believe all of the remaining backlogged orders should be issued in March.
You said 80, but your printed statement says 74.
Yeah, 6 more were issued since I sent that in. So in conclusion, we are extremely proud of our accomplishments and are optimistic that we will continue to advance to new heights in the remainder of FY26 and beyond. I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, Chairman Mendelson, the City Council, and Mayor Bowser for your ongoing support. This little office cannot function as it does without the unfaltering support it receives from all of you. I would like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood for his steadfast support over the office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the District of Columbia. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. And I'm assuming that Chairman Hood does not have a prepared statement.
You presume correctly, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just say good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members that may be watching, and also staff, council staff. I too want to thank, I'm not going to go into names, I want to thank everyone, but I will cite the council as well as the mayor, and especially Director Barton with the award-winning staff and the Office of Zoning, who I think have served the public very well. Also, I want to thank the stakeholders, those pro and those con, those who have a perception which becomes their reality. But I will tell you that I'm looking forward to answering some of the questions. I met with the Committee of 100 last week. So I meet with everybody to try to address concerns, not case specific, but just concerns so we can make sure we're doing the best interest for the city. So that's all I have, and I'm looking forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to start with this. Ms. Barton, what's going on with the Board of Zoning Adjustment? How many members are there? The chair recently resigned. Now he resigned because he's running for office. The mayor has 3 nominees or 3 appointments. The second is Carl Blake. Is he currently serving?
Yes, he is.
And the third is also vacant?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lorna John. That's right.
And why did she resign?
I think she was just finished serving. I think she had done two stints. Well, her time was up, yes.
And so, like there's a holdover. She chose not to hold over, or
Did hold
holdover
over.
expired?
She held over until March.
And then it expired.
Right.
March last year.
Yes.
And then the NCPC designee, does he or she exist?
She currently exists, but until next week.
Why? What's happening?
She resigned, and they're going to have to advertise that position.
So at the moment, the board has got, well, maybe not the moment, as of next week, the board will have 2 members,
Correct.
which means it will not be able to, well, I'm wrong. It will be Carl Blake and,
A zoning commissioner.
yeah. So it will not be able to meet.
Potentially.
Okay. Have you had conversations with the mayor's office of appointments?
I understand that there's something forthcoming.
There was the way you phrased that was interesting. I said, have you had conversations with the mayor's office of appointments?
Right.
You've
Yes, I
yes.
I understand that something's forthcoming. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's my practice to have a hearing on nominees. So if they were to send them down today, I would have to look for a time for a hearing, which is probably in a couple weeks, and then the council would have to vote, and which is probably in about 3 or 4 weeks, so it could be 2 months before we fill the appointments. Assuming they're sent down this week, 2 months from next week if they're sent down next week. I'm saying roughly 2 weeks, 2 months. The zoning commission has no vacancies, correct?
Correct.
I'm saying that as if with a tone as if I'm critical of you. I'm not, but I'm concerned about the situation that the BZA doesn't have members to be able to function. Mr. Hood, I'm going to ask you to respond to the witness testimony. I think I could summarize it in 3 categories. One was everybody seemed to be upset that the record was closed in this case last December, even though OP was given additional time to submit testimony. And the second issue was a feeling by some of the folks that there's bias on the part of commissioners, that they're falling all over themselves, praising OP or maybe the applicant if it's a contested case, not sure about that, but then kind of rushing through the public testimony and not really giving the public very much time. And then I think the third was excessive deference to OP. That's kind of the themes I heard.
So let me start with the first one, if I can remember the first
Which
one.
is closing the case.
Closing the case. There's a process, as I mentioned to the Committee 100, there's a process that we follow. We close the case, and there's a number of different cases going. I think I'm talking about the right one. We will close the case record. We will ask for information, and once we ask for that information, the Office of Planning will submit it. Doesn't mean we're going to take it under consideration or deal with it. If it's very substantive and it needs to be a change, and there's 2 ways that we may have an additional hearing, or we may take the submission, or we may not even deal with what the Office of Planning gives. And as far as how we thank people, we thank everybody who comes down. Because depending on the side of the issue, you may feel like you're being treated a different way. No, everybody, and Vice Chair Miller, he's good at that. He thanks everyone who comes down. We all do, but we try not to be redundant because we want to make sure we hear from the public and give them ample opportunity. And I've assured the city, anybody who testifies, well, we're not going to close the record off. At the end of the day, I'm a citizen too. We're not going to shut nobody out of the process. We tell Office of Planning, we signal to them if we like it or if we don't like it, but it's not contingent on just what they say. We have to have public input. We have to balance all interests. I made a decision a couple of weeks ago to open the record, and I know this came up, I think, because I did watch what I missed about accepting council members. We treat it all across the board. Council members have a right, everybody has a right, the last time I looked in the zoning statute, has a right to opine on cases. We don't give anyone any more great weight other than what the law requires. ANCs give great weight, the Office of Planning give great, but we have always given, especially residents who are impacted, we give them, the law doesn't require us to give them great weight, but we really consider, we strongly listen to what people have to say. And no, at no time, as long as I'm around, will the record be closed and we will not hear from the public. So I don't know where this perception is coming from. I told the Committee of 100 that last week, but now here's what I also told them. They wanted a council member to opine, and then there's another group who did not want, who were upset because I opened the record back up for the council member's testimony. So again, we have to balance it. We have to balance it. I always say that Anthony Hood's not the only one living in this city. We have to be considerate of everyone who has stake in the District of Columbia.
Well, I want to say I appreciate what you said, but that's kind of a little bit inconsistent with the testimony I heard. So I'm looking at Ms. McWood's testimony. I'm not seeing the language here.
Mm-hmm.
But the Committee of 100 said, Committee of 100 takes issue with the closing of the record in the Wisconsin Avenue upzone and the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park upzone. The zoning commission has asked the Office of Planning for a substantial amount of information focused on the inclusionary zoning and its functionality to provide affordable housing for those at the lower end of the income scale. Zoning commission has also asked OP to comment on the form-based code elements in their application. These are issues that Committee 100 urges the zoning commission to explore. The OP is asked to have until March 12th to respond to the Connecticut Avenue case and until April 20th to respond to the Wisconsin Avenue case. But the record's closed. Mrs. Lenzner, who might have a different perspective than the Committee of 100, said, we are very disappointed that the case records were closed immediately after the hearings. The zoning commission has a lot of flexibility. If it wants to keep the record open for 2 months, it can. For a year, it can. Not that it should. So I'm not, and maybe we can go back and forth, and I'm not sure that
I'm looking
I
forward
value there.
I'm looking forward to going back and forth with you. I came prepared to go back and forth.
Okay, well, I'm not looking forward to going back and forth. But the point is that it sounds like there were a lot of people who, I mean, I just remember from my ANC days that it was typical that a record would close after a hearing. Now, that might have been a contested case hearing, which has more restrictions around it. But the zoning commission would close the record except for specific items requested and allow others to comment on what was submitted. And so I'm just not getting why that couldn't have been done here. And being done later is a bit awkward because it means folks have to be aware that a month later, you said the record would be open.
So, Mr. Chairman, some of the information that my colleagues asked for, we heard from the public, and some of the that we've asked for is information that we don't even know if we agree with it. But some of them asked for, some of them asked for additional information, and even at that, what you just cited, there's another bite of the apple anyway. If it's substantive, we will have another hearing. I made that statement. But if it's not substantive, then there's another bite of the apple when it goes to NCPC. There's another comment period. That has been consistent because that is what we've been doing as long as I've been around, and it's always worked. And the reason why we have to keep the process there, because there are different peoples on different sides on that issue. So we have to keep the process intact. Exactly. For what you just cited, we can't, the reason we don't do that is because then information will always come in. At some point, there has to be a cutoff. But we're not cutting the public off, and I've assured the Committee of 100 that the public's going to be heard. Once I look at what we might throw out everything Office of Planning sends us back.
Well, yeah, you might, but I realize we're talking about a rulemaking, so I would not, if I was me, I would not be a party. But in the non-legal sense, if I'm a party in the case, meaning I've testified, I care a lot about it. For one thing, if the case is complicated, and I'm guessing that these upzoning cases are complicated, 3 minutes, allowing me 3 minutes is just like not enough. And then when OP, which because I'm a citizen, I'm just remembering from my days back then, I guess I'm still a citizen, but I remember that we didn't like the Office of Planning and any of the recommendations it made. So OP gets to submit some comments and I don't get to respond for the record. That's just really frustrating to the public.
And again, I will assure the council, I will assure all the residents that they will be able to respond. Here's the thing. First of all of us didn't ask for that information. So, it depends on where
the record was left open. The commission agreed by consensus or explicitly that the record would close except for OP submissions. So
what we asked for after we heard from the public and after we saw, and what some of the stuff we asked for, what we've asked for is consistent with what some of the folks who worked on it have asked us.
But clearly, the Committee of 100, Ms. Lenzner, and I think Ms. McWood, all would like to be able to look at what OP submits and comment on it.
And they will have that chance.
Will they? Because the record's closed.
No, they will have a chance. They had a chance. Even if we didn't have this discussion, they would have a chance to comment.
Well, how do they know that? Because they all reported that the record's closed.
But everybody knows that you get another bite at the apple.
Well,
they know that they're experts. They've been doing zoning before I even got here.
You get another bite at the apple at NCPC, which is
no. They get the Ms. McWood, Ms. Chesser, and I want to respond, I can't remember exactly what Ms. Chesser, Ms. McWood, Ms. Chesser, Committee 100, the rest of the city, depending upon what the zoning commission does, either way, they have another to be able to opine on it. Either way, even if we accept it. Now, here's what I've committed, and I'm going to push because I'm only one vote. If it's something majorly substantive than what's already been out there, then yes, we have to have another hearing because personally, for me, I'm going to have questions. I want to know what the public thinks. I want to know what Office of Planning means by this. So yes, either way, they're going to have another bite at the apple. If we don't have a hearing, then they will have another bite at the apple. If we do have a hearing, they will have another bite at the apple.
Well, somehow none of them know that. Just saying, that's clearly the testimony that they don't know that. So if you would think about that, and then I think you need to go back and talk to your colleagues that even if, as you maintain, members thank everybody, they're not feeling like they're being appreciated.
One thing about this, and I've said this many times, one thing about this day and time, all you gotta do is look at the tape. And I'm not saying go look at it, but all you gotta do, because unless if you can't, all you gotta do is watch the tapes. The tapes speak for themselves. I can sit here and make my point, but the video will either prove me wrong or prove me right. And another thing, we don't meet with the Office of Planning. I don't know where that came from. The suggestion came from one of my newer colleagues, and I've explained to them that we don't do that.
All right, well, I'm not bringing that one. I just noticed that
Well, I
one.
wanted to make sure that.
But I am looking, the zoning commission does not explore with OP whether there will be additional text amendments offered later that will build on changes the commission is considering. There were different text amendments on rear yards, for example, in residential zones that were considered piecemeal in different cases.
So the omnibus bill, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be frankly honest, I did hear the pushback, but when I got notice of when I looked at all what we're going to have to deal with, I heard him say because of pushback. I made the decision and I called the office and I said, look, we can't do all this. I'm talking about from a commissioner standpoint, but what some of the members who testified, they have to understand is sometimes, they looking at a case like a month or so out. We have so many cases before we get to that case. And when I got a chance to really focus on the omnibus bill, I said, no, we can't do all this in one night. It was too much for the commissioners and for us to be able to retain it and be able to do it right. So that's why we broke it up. And also paying attention to what people were saying. They were exactly right. They were exactly right. The reason why it didn't happen 3 months earlier is because we didn't get to it until 2 months later and focused on it. When I saw all that on there, I said, no, we can't do all that. And we broke it up. So I think we had we had 6 nights with 4. And we had maybe 8 people each night.
All right, well, the criticism here was dealing with aspects of the zoning regulations on a piecemeal basis. There were different text amendments on rear yards, for example, in residential zones that were considered piecemeal in different cases.
So what that omnibus bill, and I'm not specifically sure exactly what statute they're talking about, but on the omnibus bill, and I'm hoping I'm answering your question, that we can get some finality to your question, but the omnibus bill were things that have happened in the BZA and the zoning commission for like years. And we were trying to condense, like, for example, if the BZA already would approve certain things, then was it an inconvenience for the homeowner to keep having to waste time and waste money and come down and do this? Or did the statute always say that it was always approved? That's the kind of stuff we were looking at. We were trying to basically update the regulations we have and make them more efficient for homeowners and for the residents and not waste everybody's time. That was the whole goal of the omnibus bill, which didn't happen overnight. Those were I think we started on that maybe 8 years ago. And we finally got there and we pressed it because of some of the changes that were happening on OP. But here's the other thing, Mr. Chairman. The reason why it was pushed off so long for us to get back to some of those things in the omnibus bill is because of the staff changes over there. We had to give them an opportunity for some to come up to speed and for them to get staff back up because of retirements and et cetera. I mean, it was nothing nobody's ever, at the end of the day, I live here too. Nobody's ever trying to slight public input. That's, nobody does that.
Well, I don't want to accuse you of that, so I won't accuse you of that. But I don't think it's been, let me put it this way, it's been many, many years since I've heard testimony like this. I'm looking at the headline in this one, the zoning commission discourages public participation. And I think you yourself said 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, that perception is reality.
Reality, exactly. That's one of the reasons I met with the Committee 100, because that disturbed me. And they basically equated us to the current administration. And we don't operate like that. And I'm not talking about this local administration. I'm talking about another administration.
No, I got the gist there. I'm gonna change the subject. Ms. Barton, these backlogs, we were gonna get rid of the backlogs 2 years ago, and then we were gonna get rid of them a year ago. And now you're saying mostly by September, if everything goes well.
No, 2 years ago, there's no way I thought we were getting rid of that backlog. I knew we were going to implement things to help reduce the backlog, and we have been doing that. And we have been reducing the backlog from 90 to just about 50 right now, with now 34 initial orders drafted. But I am highly confident.
Are we talking BZA or zoning commission?
We're talking about BZA.
Okay.
We only have 2 backlogged orders on zoning commission right now. And they're not that backlogged. But in any case, so this year, over the last several years, we've been implementing things to help reduce the backlog. And we feel that we have the final piece in the puzzle with a vendor that we're going to, that we're contracting right now to help us finalize these oldest of orders coming up.
Well, I'm looking at the table you gave us.
Mhm.
What's your KPI for issuing zoning commission orders?
I believe for zoning commission, it's 4 months.
That is like way too long.
It doesn't usually take that long, but
Then why don't you move the KPI to like 3 months? And even that, I think, is a long time.
I
That's
think
after the final decision.
that's after the final decision, right?
Yeah, so the zoning commission has, I mean, in the zoning commission doesn't, for these more difficult cases, the zoning commission doesn't decide the same day as the hearing. So there's a time to staff, everybody, the whole world the world that's paying attention
Mhm.
knows the case and then knows what the zoning commission is going to decide because they've decided it. And to take another 3 months. So, I mean, I'm getting pressure from the development community
Mhm.
that because it takes so long, that they want to limit the ability of the public to participate. And I think they're focused on zoning commission, not BZA. And I don't think that's good. And it all has to do with speed and quality. So I think the orders have gotten better. I don't read any of them, but there seem to be fewer appeals and you're not losing the appeals.
Mhm.
I also have thought for some time, but I haven't looked at orders in a while, that sometimes the orders are longer than they need to be, which means they take longer to write. I mean, you basically just have to justify the decision, explain it, respond to the issues and concerns raised by the ANC. And that's all you need in the order. I don't want to go too much down that path about how long they are, but 3 months after the order is like maybe 4 months after the hearing. That's a long time.
That's the KPI. I think I would say that most of them are done within that 3-month period. But we'll take a look at it. As I said, we only have 2 backlogged orders at this point. And we'll look at it going forward to see whether that's something we can reduce.
Now, you say you only have 2, but I'm looking at this table. 25-01, the order will be issued in March. That's next month.
That's already 20, okay, right.
And that is already 2 months, over 2 months.
Mhm.
I guess that's within your 4-month window, but as I said, I think that's
Right.
a long time. And 24-15, you don't have a date here when you're going to issue that order. Final decision was October 23rd. And then 24-12, a PUD,
That one's already been issued.
that was 102 days. So that was over 3 months.
Mhm.
08-6R. Decision was July last year. And 24-10, decision was June last year.
That's issued already.
24-10,
Mhm.
but still that was, according to this table, over 137 days, which is over 4 months.
Right, and we lost an employee last year, which meant we had 2 attorneys working on all of these cases.
You know, I'm not going to let you off the hook here. Because the public needs, or the applicants, everybody needs these orders.
Yep.
24-21,
Issued.
it says here will be issued in March. That was 230 days. What is a DR case?
Design review.
And the longest are 2302 and 2326. The note here says orders have been signed and will be published.
They've already
Still-
been published.
One of them was 452 days.
Right.
I'm just going to keep harping that this is too long.
Mhm.
And the BZA, you have more cases there.
Mhm.
And am I reading this right, that there are 4 from 2017?
Correct.
So what's your commitment?
Commitment is that while I can't say every single one of these backlogged orders are going to be issued by September, we will put a major dent in this list.
And what is a major dent? How many is the total?
I'm sorry?
How many is the total?
I believe they're 50, 50, like 52 on this, but that's including some that are several months old. So of the ones that date back to pre-OZLD, I believe they're 22. And I believe that we could probably get most, if not all of those done.
I suspect you're going to be helped by fewer decisions over the next couple of months because of the BZA membership. You have 2 term employees right now?
No, we have 0.
The pre-hearing responses indicate 2 term employees.
That might be a typo. Where's that showing? What number is that? Question
I-
30?
I need somebody to give me an answer.
Yeah.
All right, maybe it was a typo on our end. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Um, Looking at your KPIs, some of the metrics don't really feel like agency metrics. I have, I think, two in particular. While the number of witnesses is an interesting figure,
Mhm.
as a KPI, it's not a goal to be attained. So why would that be a KPI?
It's a workload demand measure that we started counting. Just it's for us to see how much work is being put into these hearings.
Well, that's fair. Let me, give me a second.
Mhm.
I think the point is just, so maybe it's more of a point than a question that, like the number of witnesses, I get that you want to pay attention to the volume of business, but it's not a performance indicator like the end agency's performing better. May even be performing worse if there are a lot of witnesses, because then everybody's angry at the agency and showing up at hearings. Let me go to Court of Appeals. There are 4 cases that are pending right now.
Get out there. Yes.
Are those all BZA?
Yes, they are.
Do you have a sense of the status?
I don't, but I can check. Our website connects to the Court of Appeals website, and it keeps us updated on where they are in the process.
I'm correct that the zoning commission, there are very few cases that have been appealed. And in the last couple of years, the government has prevailed on all of them, correct?
Correct, or they were dismissed.
Okay. On the BZA, has the BZA lost any of the cases?
Not recently. I think the last one was one that was remanded and it was withdrawn.
What do you mean, the applicant withdrew the case?
Yes.
Interesting. I don't have any other questions for you today. I'll see you, I want to say in a month. I think it's longer than a month on the budget.
Mhm.
I'll probably ask you again about the backlog.
I'll be ready. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you to each of you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman
Yeah.
and staff. Thank you.
That's going to conclude this hearing. Probably in about 5 minutes, I'm going to say at 10:50, we will start the DCPS hearing. It's 10:42 a.m. and this hearing's adjourned. I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public oversight hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, February 19th, 2026. The time is 10:56 in the morning. We're in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available to the public on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. This is the fifth of 8 oversight hearings that the Committee as a whole is having in preparation for receiving the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. All the council committees are having performance oversight hearings this month, finishing the first week of March. This morning, we will be hearing testimony from the Chancellor of the DC Public School System, Dr. Louis Farabee. Yesterday, we heard testimony from members of the public, parents, and others who are interested in the DC public schools as well as the public charter schools. So we have only Chancellor Farabee today. We'll see if we can make it a full day affair. And tomorrow, no, I'll skip that. Next Tuesday, we have oversight hearing on the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Next Wednesday, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the State Board of Education, the Charter School Board. And on the 4th of March, our 8th hearing, which will be on the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, both public and government witnesses. With that, Councilmember Henderson, do you want to say anything or should we go straight to the testimony? Councilmember Lewis George, do you want to give an opening statement or we'll go straight to the Chancellor?
Straight to the Chancellor. Let's go.
Chancellor, you're up. We're all on the edge of our seats.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, Chairman and Council members. I'm Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor for DC Public Schools. I'm joined today by two of our Deputy Chancellors, Dr. Joanna Bay and Dr. Patrick Ashley. Also, thank you to everyone who testified at the public hearing yesterday. It's important for us to hear from our public regularly, including forums like these. We value the opportunity to hear directly from our students, our parents, our educators. It's something that we value. Council members, on behalf of the 52,000 students and families we serve in DCPS, I want to thank you for your continued partnership and your commitment to public education across all 8 wards in our city. Last week, Dr. Ashley testified about the sustained investment DCPS has made in capital projects. Throughout Mayor Bowser's tenure since 2015, we have modernized 50 school buildings and we're investing over $500 million this school year in capital projects. While my testimony will focus on academic and social progress for our students, modern and safe environments for our students are critical for their success. At DCPS, we have worked to build a strategic set of priorities that ensure that our students are thriving, which is centered around students succeeding academically, students feeling connected to school, and prepared for what's next. Today, I want to briefly share how we're advancing each of those priorities and the tangible results for our students, educators, and family that they're achieving together. I'll start with our overall momentum as a district. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, DCPS has made meaningful progress in recovering from the disruptions of the pandemic, while also continuing to strengthen our systems for teaching and learning. One of the clearest indicators has been our stability in our workforce. 90% of DCPS teachers have returned to DCPS this school year and 83% return to their same school. Our principal retention rate is even stronger with 95% return to DCPS and 93% return to the same school. Rates of retention are the highest for effective and highly effective teachers who have the most impact on our students and their school communities. Stability matters, and it means students will benefit from consistent instruction, strong relationships with adults, and school communities that can focus on school improvement. Turning to our strategic priorities. First, students succeeding academically. We continue to see steady progress in our student outcomes. On the 2024 National Assessment for Educational Progress, also known as NAEP, DCPS was the only urban school district to make significant or nominal improvements in all 4 assessments across 4th and 8th grade for math and English language arts. DCPS continues to be recognized as the fastest improving urban school district in the United States. The 4-year graduation rate has reached 78% in the 2024-25 school year, up 13 percentage points from just 6 years ago. On the 2025 DCK results, DCPS literacy proficiency increased by 4 percentage points and 4 percentage points for math as well. The largest increase year over year we've seen since the pandemic, and the largest gain in math year over year since 2015. These results underscore an important truth. When we invest in our educators, students rise to the challenge. Early literacy in mathematics remains a top priority for DCPS. 79% of our K-2 students were above the benchmark in foundational reading skills by the end of the school year last year, an increase of 2 percentage points from the previous year. Since 2019, over 600 elementary educators have been trained through the DCPS Reading Clinic and a structured literacy approach, and we have expanded this work into our middle schools and our high schools. We also recently launched a new elementary math curriculum, Eureka Math Squared, to better support educators and students with research-based, high-quality instructional materials. DCPS is also a key partner with the Capital Math Collective, a cross-sector initiative focused on scaling high-impact tutoring, deepening teacher content knowledge, and building joyful math experiences. This year, DCPS also reduced the number of assessments that students and teachers are engaged in throughout the school year, removing 10 assessment days at both the elementary and secondary level so that more time can be devoted to high-quality instruction. The next priority is students feeling connected to school, which is also equally important. Academic achievement doesn't happen in isolation, and students learn best when they feel safe, supported, and have a true sense of belonging in their schools. At DCPS, we take this very seriously. Through our panorama climate and engagement surveys, we regularly ask students whether they feel known, challenged, and supported by the adults in their building. And we use that feedback to drive our actions. This past spring, we achieved our highest ever response rate and our highest ever belonging score on our panorama survey. To continue this strong progress, DCPS has codified the power practices that drive the most improvement in safety and belonging. One of those power practices is student check-in tool that schools use monthly or even more frequently. For the first time, we now have data from more than 50,000 check-ins across the district during the first semester of this school year, allowing educators to proactively identify student needs, additional supports before concerns become a crisis. As you've heard from 2 principals during the Standout Schools hearing in November, power practices like ensuring consistent expectations, norms, and routines are critical to student success. And finally, our third priority is ensuring that students are prepared for what's next, not just to graduate, but also to thrive after graduation. Preparation looks different for every student, and our responsibility is to ensure that each young person has access to meaningful pathways that align to their goals. Across DCPS, we're expanding opportunities for students to earn college credit at no cost throughout multiple dual enrollment avenues, including OSCE Dual Enrollment Consortium, private university partnerships, early college programs, and the National Education Opportunity Network. Through these efforts, students take courses at institutions such as American University, Georgetown University, and Howard University. We're also strengthening career and technical education and are seeing enrollment continue to grow. DCPS now offers 29 programs of study, and participation has nearly doubled over the last decade. Today, over 4,000 students take part in our 38 NAF academies across 15 schools. Students enroll in CTE programs complete a multi-year course sequence that includes preparation for industry certifications, exams, participation in work-based learning experiences, including paid internships, job shadowing, and industry field trips. As I've tested about before, DCPS we are dedicated to continuous improvement. And one area that I want to highlight is our DCK proficiency. While we have and continue to see strong growth in both English language arts and math, it is imperative that we continue to see growth and that more students are approaching, meeting, and exceeding proficiency on our state assessments. I want again to thank the council for their continued partnership. The progress that we're seeing in our schools today, from improved academic performance to stronger school communities, did not happen by chance. It is the result of sustained investment, thoughtful oversight, and a shared commitment to the well-being of DC's young people. At DCPS, we remain committed to doing the work required to ensure every student succeeds academically, feels connected to their school, and is prepared for what's next. I look forward to continue to working with you, and I'm happy to answer your questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Farabee. Councilmember Henderson, since you indicated you have to leave, well, I know, but I'm ready for you to start, and I'll give you some additional time because you'll be one and done. Catching you by surprise.
You're being so nice.
Sometimes I am.
So unexpected. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Chancellor, and to your team. I want to start on some questions about attendance and truancy. So the attendance report for school year 24-25, DCPS cited severe weather, winter weather, that led to late starts or early dismissals as one of the reasons that attendance rates were slightly below last year's attendance rates. And at the December performance oversight hearing, Chancellor, you stated that DCPS was implementing new winter inclement weather related strategies to address truancy. However, we had this severe storm a couple of weeks ago, and there were a variety of different things that came up during that. Last December, you weren't very specific about what your strategies were that you were implementing. So I want to give you an opportunity were any of those deployed in January?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Henderson, and good morning. There are many factors that impact attendance, as you know, and what I was referencing is that we looked at the first semester before we got into winter weather last year. We were tracking well above the attendance rate from the previous school year. The good news is, even with the challenges of the weather this year and missing school or having significant impact to school operations, we still have an attendance rate that is higher than where we were last year this time, and a chronic absentee rate that is lower compared to last year this time. What we have done is continue to emphasize with families the importance of students attending school, even when there are frigid temperatures or there's inclement weather. And we see school as a critical resource during that time. And so our primary strategy has been around improving and advancing the conversations and the communications that we have with families around the importance of getting students to school on those days. And again, despite the challenge that we had recently, we're still making progress.
Yep.
And we appreciate the work that families have done to get students to school, especially on inclement weather days.
Okay. In December, we also talked about the pilot program that you guys were running at Dunbar High School, where we're using about $1.3 million as a cash-based learn and earn incentive. At that time, you guys didn't have any information about how that was going.
Yes,
we're a few more months later. So is it working? Are we seeing improvements at this particular school site?
So they'll actually be starting as a second semester strategy.
Okay, so it didn't start in the fall.
No, it didn't start in the fall. The leadership of the team wanted to ensure that students were well versed and understood how operations would work, given that that was not in their plans over the summer.
Okay.
And so we will have more to report on once we complete second semester. We'll report out on the progress that the school has been able to realize at the end of this school year.
Okay. I want to ask about ninth grade in particular, which is one of those pain points when it comes to attendance and truancy. which has been the case for several years, right? Because once you get to the ninth grade, now all of a sudden you actually have to pass classes in order to be promoted. And, you know, the interventions that you all have done in terms of ninth grade academies, are we doing program evaluation in terms of their efficacy and making different strategies in terms of implementation to make adjustments?
Yes, it is data that we track weekly. And our primary focus has not only been on attendance and truancy, but course participation and proficiency. And so we see a record number of our ninth graders passing their core courses and being promoted to 10th grade, which is a part of the graduation success that we've seen recently. And we still see, again, even in this school year, more of our ninth graders on track to be promoted into 10th grade. And the whole ninth grade academy approach is designed to ensure that that is a successful year for our ninth graders, because we see if students are not on track to promote the 10th grade, if they remain in ninth grade for multiple years, they're much likely not to graduate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in the same vein, so as you know, I chair the Committee on Health. In 2024, we did legislation around home and hospital instruction to expand the number of students who have access to this program. And unfortunately, anecdotally, we have been hearing from families and students where they have the appropriate documentation from a doctor, but they are either, one, being denied home and hospital instruction, or two, the home and hospital instruction is just a workbook packet, but not an actual instructional piece. And I know that DCPS is not in this alone. I know that the Office of the State Superintendent of Education has a responsibility here. But let me first ask, which office at central office manages this program, home and hospital instruction?
So it falls under the leadership of Dr. Bay and her team.
Okay, all right, and great, Dr. Bay is here. So Dr. Bay, do you have some data in terms of the number of students last school year who applied for home and hospital instruction?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I do have some data for last school year. I can report out that there were 162 applications.
Okay.
Of those applications, less than 20% were denied. So over 80% of the 162 were actually accepted and provided home and hospital services as a result of their application.
Okay, and so when denials, is this because not proper paperwork or someone at central office has a disagreement with the medical diagnosis?
Yeah, it's a variety of reasons. In order to qualify for home and hospital services, you have to have a medical condition that prohibits you from being able to engage in daily instruction at the school. And so many of the reasons are associated with the student not having a medical condition that is requiring them to have home and hospital services.
Okay. What's the minimum amount of hours that a student should be guaranteed to receive some sort of instruction under that program?
Yeah, so it's going to range depending on the grade level, depending on what students take, but at minimum,
Yeah, what's the floor?
At minimum 5 hours per week, at minimum.
5 hours, which is an hour a day. Are we comfortable with that?
So it's at minimum, and it depends on the medical needs of the student. There are times in which the students that may be all the time that they are able to dedicate to direct instruction during that particular week. It fluctuates as the student's medical condition changes, but at minimum, it's 5 hours per week.
Okay. I feel like 5 hours is like, I get that it's based on whatever the particular condition is, but 5 hours is.
Well, keep in mind that
It's
typical
pitchy.
school day is about 6.5 hours, right? And so.
No, she said 5 hours a week.
Yeah, so at minimum, it's 5 hours per week.
Which is, we're talking about an hour a day.
Right.
Of trying to keep up. No wonder for some of the students who participate in this program, they're so far behind when they actually return to school.
Yeah, I wonder if it's related to the health conditions of the students and the treatments, or, you know, their availability.
Okay. I mean, I think that's something that I would want to sort of look into further. We did send a letter to OSSI about this because I know that they sort of have the bigger picture for all of the LEAs. But this is something that is
So
a,
I'll emphasize that is minimum.
I know.
Students have way more than that, but that is the minimum requirement in terms of 5 hours per week.
right, okay. Dr. Bates, since we're talking in sort of academic achievement piece, so there's been lots of conversation in medical world and research world about screen time. And I know that even at my kids' elementary school, this has come up as a conversation in terms of at home, we're trying to limit screen time for all of these various reasons, but then the kids go to school and we are pumping iPads or one-to-one devices at very young ages into our children. Is central office auditing how schools are using screen time as a replacement for, or I'm not gonna say replacement, supplement, augment, whatever you want to call it, of what is happening in terms of person instructional time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we believe in a blended learning model. And so we do not believe that students should just be placed aimlessly on a device. It should be for a targeted reason, whether it is literacy support, whether it is an extension of the learning that is happening and that is being provided by the teacher. We monitor that, we coach and support teachers and how they're able to implement and use a blended learning structure within the classroom. And it's something that we'll continue to monitor in order to ensure that there's a balance and that students are not just on a device in isolation, but for a particular reason, a targeted approach to an intervention or an extension of classroom learning.
Right. I totally hear you in terms of blended model, and for some students, they need different approaches. But then I asked the question in terms of tracking for our K through 2 students, on average, how much of their instructional time is done on a device-based platform versus direct instruction?
Yeah, the expectation is that the majority of the time that they're in the classroom, it is direct instruction. Oftentimes when I have an opportunity to visit classrooms, I see teachers utilizing a device during small group instruction. So they may be working directly with one group of students during a particular component of the lesson, and another group of students may be working on iReady lessons, or they may be working on some other type of platform in order to reinforce the instruction of the day. And so that rotation is going to be about every 15 to 20 minutes, particularly in the lower grades. We don't expect that a student would be in front of a device more than 20 minutes at a time. And again, that's baked into the teacher's lesson. And we coach and monitor and support teachers in their lesson planning to make sure that there's an appropriate balance.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that you've given me extra time. But I'd like to I want to be respectful of Councilmember Lewis George, and also I think I have enough for another one.
Well, as you transition, I want you to know 90% of our ninth graders were promoted last year. You asked about ninth grade success.
90%?
90%.
Okay. I do, but I'm also very interested in this conversation, and I don't know the next time I'll have the opportunity to talk to the chancellor and his team about some of the issues around school lunch and academic achievement and some other things. Okay, great. He wants everybody to be one and done. It's
We
okay.
are not gonna be one and done. What are y'all talking about? We, Chairman, we're gonna be maybe 2 and done, but 1 and done is a little extreme. Given
Councilmember Lewis George, this is a private conversation between me and
Oh.
Councilmember Henry.
oh,
It's
okay. Sorry, I thought it was open for discussion.
Okay, all right, okay, cool. All right, let's go to school lunches real quick. I want to continue to talk about some of the things in terms of not just on screen time, but also approaches and strategies around, just in general, this kind of feeling as though, yes, we're moving towards technology, but there should be some basic pieces of academic achievement that kids should be holding on to.
Absolutely. And we have very specific expectations around our structure for our lesson plans.
Okay,
It's something that principals monitor and review. We also have regular walkthroughs and observations. And so if we see an extensive amount of use of technology inappropriately, that is something we would address with the educator.
okay,
I think most teachers do strike a balance. But we also are really mindful that a lot of our assessments are also administered via our devices, whether that be the iPad or a laptop. So
You know what's
we
so
try to keep
interesting
mindful.
is that as you guys are doing assessments and things like that via iPads and others, in higher ed, they are moving back to paper, the blue book, because AI and that kind of stuff. And this is what I'm saying in terms of if everything is done on a computer through K-12, then I get to college and you're telling me I got to pick up a pen and I don't actually know how to write.
Right, which is why we launched our CTs, our required curricular tasks, which is one of the ways that we monitor student proficiency throughout the year, because there are paper and pencil tasks
Yeah.
that we have for students that you need to show your proficiency. But also, we know students need their tech skills too. So as Dr. Bay said earlier, we try to strike the right balance.
There is a question in terms of balance. I saw a video this weekend of a teacher, a math teacher, who made an excellent case for bringing back textbooks, right? Not just giving a kid a packet or otherwise, but we could talk about that at a different time. Let's talk about school lunch real quick. Okay, so last year you guys entered a sole source contract with Airmark to provide school meals, and during a recent
So yeah, we have Airmark is just one of the providers.
Okay, so you still have your contract with
Sodexo. And we still have
with
DC Central
DC Central
Kitchen.
Kitchen. Great. So you have the folks. When there are, so multiple schools, per a conversation we recently had with Airmark, multiple schools within their contract have reported either broken or missing equipment. So for instance, the freezer at Payne Elementary has been broken since last November. I don't know if a work order has been submitted or otherwise, but that has hindered your contractor from their sort of operations and duties at that particular school, because if the freezer is broken, now they have to bring in sort of everything from offsite. Are you all aware of that particular issue, infrastructure failure there?
So not specifically at that school. We do have dedicated contractors that work on our refrigerators and the specialty kitchen equipment, and so we respond very quickly to them. We also have cluster specialists that work very closely in the schools to make sure that our schools are able to function. We are talking with these providers every day, multiple times a day. So we work through those issues as we can. We also know that this equipment breaks down, and so we're looking at how we continue to upgrade and provide capital dollars towards upgrading kitchen equipment as well.
Okay. So you have 8 schools that have the self-op program. I went and had lunch at one of them last school year, Burroughs, and got a chance to talk to the students and had a good conversation with the chef who's from the neighborhood in terms of that type of work. The self-op program was considered to be sort of a pilot when you guys launched this in 2018, but at no point has there been a conversation from DCPS around how you evaluate, is it working, and do we anticipate expanding to more schools?
Yeah, so a great question. We're really proud of our self-op program. It's done really well. It is something that, first of all, in our food service management contract with Sodexo, DC Central Kitchen, and Aramark, it's a 5-year contract, and so we are essentially locked in for those 5 years, and we can make some small changes there. But it's something that we are evaluating and also balancing cost constraints. We also know the self-op program does cost more money than working with our other vendor partners. And so it's something that we are looking at the evaluation of how that we can expand this, but it's not something that we've made any finite decisions on yet.
Okay. I'm going to stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George, you want to go next?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chancellor Farabee, Dr. Bay, and the entire team. I want to start with accessibility issues as the chair of the Office of Disability Rights and Facilities. In your pre-hearing responses, DCPS provided a list of 82 schools for which ADA self-evaluations and implementation plans were submitted to the Office of Disability Rights. In ODR's pre-hearing responses, a single self-assessment was done for the same list of 82 schools. I don't know how we have a single assessment, which troubles me, is a single assessment was done even though the services of each of the schools differ completely. And further, the section for the facilities assessment the facilities assessment was just like not completed at all. So basically, DCPS and Office of Disability Rights do not know where we need to repair or install ramps, ADA doors, ADA restroom stalls, railings, and elevators. And so I just need to understand, why did DCPS one self-assessment for 82 schools not include a facility review? And why did DCPS not do self-assessments for each individual school?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Good morning again.
Morning.
Yeah, we are very much so committed to accessibility. Dr. Ashley can speak a little bit to like where we are in that process.
Yeah, thank you. And so, yes, as you mentioned, we did conduct a number of the assessments in partnership with our ODR partners. We've been working very closely with them to bring us into compliance. We do know that there was some self-assessments that were missed. With regards to those 84 schools that went through a compliance, we're really thinking about how that, the facility might have changed. And so, as part of our small capital program and major modernizations, we have a great idea about like what is happening in our schools. And generally, ADA accessibility features don't change from year to year, but it is something that we are thinking through and making sure that we are doing periodic assessments. And as we close out this school year, it is something that we are focused on the compliance of.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I think this is not the first time we talked about this, and I don't understand why DCPS is not taking the time to do these assessments when I know multiple students with mobility disabilities who were forced to transfer to another schools because their by right school did not have the facility accommodations necessary to allow them to navigate the campus. It's not just wrong, it's actually illegal, and I hope DCPS can do a self-assessment and compliance plan, including the facility section for every school. Our students, as well as our educators with disabilities, deserve nothing less. And as I've been coming down on ODR, they have stepped up and required our agencies to do more, but they need that buy-in from agencies to do more. And DCPS is one of the agencies that has to do better in this area particularly. So I appreciate the further commitment. I hope that we can get where we need to be as we move forward. Speaking of accessibility, elevators is one of the biggest accessibility issues we continue to have. I want to talk about those. In 2025 and 2026, multiple schools were without elevators for multiple months, including Cleveland Elementary and Brightwood Elementary. It is on DGS to fix the elevators, obviously, but it is on DCPS to guarantee a broken elevator does not prevent students from learning or educators from educating. And so I want to understand, does DCPS have a standard procedure for notifying a school community when its elevator is not functional? And do you have a standard procedure for notifying students and employees with mobility disabilities when an elevator is broken specifically?
Yeah, it is something that I've been troubled by Councilman Lewis George because of the repair response time and also some of the supply chain delays that we've experienced with fixes for our elevator. I'm excited though we've seen more progress most recently with repairs of elevators. We do work directly with school communities to accommodate students and families and staff when we have a elevator issue. Sometimes that could involve some virtual instruction or other alternatives for students and staff. But again, most recently, thanks to the work of DGS, we've seen more rapid response and we're able to get those repairs done at a faster rate. It is a consideration I asked our team to think about as we do modernizations because the complexity of elevator repairs is often determined by the way the elevator is constructed in the maintenance contract.
And I want to be clear, I appreciate the urgency and intention that you, DCPS and DGS, have started to around elevators. I've seen that improvement, but I want to see more happen here because some of the accommodations have also been a little troubling, and I want to make sure they are sufficient to satisfy ADA and the IDEA. For example, during the 3 months the elevator at Brightwood was offline, staff had to use the emergency evacuation chair to transport multiple students who use a wheelchair up and down 2 to 3 flights of stairs every single day. This put the chair in very poor conditions as it is designed for rare emergency use. And so that accommodation wasn't necessarily the best for the school. On the back end, I do want to know, I know you won't be able to answer right now, but get to me the answer. Has DCPS replaced the evacuation chair at Brightwood? And at some point, please let me know when they do that or what that cost will be as far as follow-up goes.
Yeah, we're happy to follow up on evacuation, and we don't like to use those options. So again, we're working with DGS on quicker fixes. I believe we've also expanded the contractors who
Right.
can repair elevators, which has also been helpful. And I mentioned earlier, evaluating the specs for modernizations as relates to elevators as well. So a lot of lessons learned, and we'll follow up on your request.
Right, thank you. Appreciate it. Yesterday, we heard powerful testimony from international teachers and parent advocates who have been raising concerns about the status of the Permanency Residency Sponsorship Program, our H-1B teachers. And they shared real uncertainty about eligibility, timelines, and whether DCPS intends to move forward at all. I want to follow up on some of those unanswered questions. I think this is an area where you all could really show up for our community and our educators. Where do things stand? Is DCPS currently sponsoring permanent residence for any international teachers, or is the program effectively paused?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because we are very much so committed to the pilot program where we establish some cohorts for permanent residency and green cards. We currently have 2 cohorts that we are supporting. And again, we didn't take that decision.
How many teachers are currently under H-1B? How many teachers do we have currently, and how many of them are approaching the end of their visa eligibility in the next year or two?
Yeah, so I'll get you the H-1B numbers, but you asked about permanent residency, so I just want to close the loop on that. So
And whether the program is effectively paused or not. I think that's a clear answer. Yes, it's paused, or no, it's not paused.
not, but I do want to reiterate that the process is much slower than it's been in the past. So we have been working to ensure that we can accelerate that as much as possible. We have those 2 cohorts, and that's what we've been focused on. We have not, because of the time that this is taking, we have not entered into a new cohort. We continue to support H-1B visas as well, but that also is a process now that's been much slower as well. So we are trying to get as much documentation in to support those individuals as possible. But again, we are just not able to accelerate that in ways that we've been able to do in the past. There's also been some discussion of changes around the H-1B visa process that have impacted select countries. We don't anticipate that it will have a significant shift to the work we've been done, but it's something we also continue to monitor closely. But we'll get you the number of current H-1B visas that we have in the district.
The teachers want real clarity, and I think they deserve real clarity. So my biggest ask is that, like, we don't make this something vague or something unclear, and we make it very clear. We make very clear the eligibility. We make very clear, if the program is paused or it's keep going, which it sounds like it's not paused, and at least some expectations, because you imagine how vulnerable one could feel in building their life in here and not knowing what the future holds. So I just want some further there. I have more questions there. I'll give them to the chairman because I probably won't be able to get those in and see if he can dig deeper. I want to do one last one specifically around Ward 4, the Whittier community, which I'm so grateful for DCPS and DGS and all the support you've given our Whittier community and all the continued support around their facilities issues and their modernizations. We're very excited as a community. Some residents are deeply concerned about the current modernization plan and not having enough space for even its current students and faculty. And specifically, DCPS has been refusing to pursue a historical preservation exemption for the current gym structure, which is planned to be turned into a library. And so I just want to understand if DCPS did pursue an exemption as it has done in other schools, like Eaton Elementary School, for example, the gym could be torn down to build a new multi-floor structure that would make more indoor and outdoor space. And so my real question is, DCPS keeping the gym only because of cost? And would DCPS be able to replace the gym with a new structure if more funding was available? Now, I understand that no school is going to get everything the community wants in a modernization, for sure, but I do take it very seriously when the school itself is raising legitimate concerns about DCPS decisions and being ignored by Central. And so the two things I need to understand is it going to be enough space for the current students and faculty, which is a concern? And are you all just keeping the gym because of cost? And if so, what would change that? And is more funding needed to do so?
Yeah, so a couple things here. Going back to H-1B visas, we have approximately 200 so teachers currently in the H-1B visa. In terms of Whittier, Councilman Lewis George, we've worked on this. This is a long time
I
coming.
know.
right?
I'm so appreciative. You know I am.
Long time coming. And we believe confidently that the scope of the project as it stands now will accommodate the student population. Yes, cost is a factor, but I think even more importantly, the timeline would be impacted if we change the scope of the project. And so I don't think it's in our best interest to create any more potential for delay. And so we believe the appropriate scope of the project has been determined, and we believe the path that we've identified forward is the best for the school community in their new building. And that's something I hope that the Whittier community would welcome, given the journey that we've been on to modernize their space.
Understood. We'll have a follow-up conversation just so we can get on the same page with the Whittier community and everyone. I appreciate that. Chairman, I'm not going to do a second round, but I do have some questions my team is going to send you around security, electronic security systems and that transition, and some questions just about capacity and enrollment, and structured literacy. And AI in schools, which was covered as well. And so if you, and Better Bus. So I'm going to send you some questions. If your team can look through them and you can ask some of those questions, I would really appreciate it. And that would make it so I don't have to do a second round.
Or you could take a little bit longer now if you want to.
Okay, yeah.
But before you do that,
Yes.
Chancellor, is historic preservation an issue with Whittier?
It is not.
Okay, thank you. We've talked about this before, and a security. Electronic security is one of the few facility responsibilities DCPS actually has itself, not DGS. For a few years, we've been talking about doing this, and we haven't gotten there yet. DCPS began a capital project to transition all of our schools that use physical keys to an electronic fob system in an effort to better control who access to where, avoid extremely long wait times, to repair locks and replace keys. And so I want to understand where we are now. How many schools now use electronic security systems, and how many still use physical keys? And when does DCPS estimate all of our schools will be on electronic systems?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. It's something we have invested heavily in. So first and foremost, all of our schools use electronic access control for their doors in and out of the building. We have about 6 schools remaining before we have completed the first round of electronic access control. And so that's about 110 schools that have completed that work. We also know that as we've gone through that there's additional doors and we need to make some changes and things like that. But largely, we're rounding the bend of completing that project.
Okay. Appreciate that. And when you say that, you're not just talking about the exterior doors, you're talking about teachers and interior doors as well, as far as not having to replace keys to teachers' classroom doors, et cetera.
That's correct. We would love to get rid of physical keys.
Wonderful. We're all on the same page. And so we got 6 more schools to go for the first phase. And then the second phase is what? Internal doors or?
So we are doing those internal doors. I think we're going back and
both
adding
happening.
some doors and,
Okay.
things that were forgotten and changes.
Great. As you know, the Committee on Facilities receives a monthly report on redacted security sensitive work orders for schools. And so after 3 years, I'm once again, I think, put in the position to say, I still don't believe we are doing enough to make sure our schools are fully secure. And I mean, we got too many cameras that are broken and too many exterior doors that still need to be secure, meaning lock or close or open and not have any wonky issues that prevent that. And too many instructional spaces still cannot be secured in the event of emergency. And so what I want to understand, Chancellor, um, one of the things is I want to understand, why do we have so many electronic security issues? Have we made mistakes in which systems to purchase? Have the systems reached the end of their useful life, basically? Or does DCPS Contract Division Security not have the capacity to fix all the problems we have? And do we need to dedicate more money to electronic security replacement and repairs?
Yeah, so we've had fixes to cameras. We've also have made progress with repairs. We've also solicited feedback from principals on where we need to install cameras, where there might be potentially hot spots for activity or blind spots for the school. So it's a priority for us, and we've seen a lot of progress in this area.
Okay. We got to make more progress in this area. We're still not where we need to be. I would give us probably a C, and we should be trying to get to an A.
Yep, we'll keep working on it.
Got to keep working on it. I wanted to ask, and I continue to ask DME this, but the Better Bus changes since rolled out, we've heard from families across the city about longer commutes, missed connections, and confusion during the transition. I talked to WMATA about this. I talked to DDOT about this, and everyone's like, "Yeah, no, we're going to coordinate. We're coordinating." Who in DCPS is coordinating with WMATA and DDOT since implementation to track how these changes are affecting students getting to and from school?
Yeah, so we have a transportation point of contact that works directly with OSSI and all of our other partners that provide student transportation. What we typically do is if a family or a school is experiencing barriers for transportation, we ask that they share that directly with us, and then we coordinate with our partners to try to solve some of those challenges.
So what I'm asking is, if a principal flags that bus changes are affecting attendance, arrival times, or student safety, what is the process for escalating those concerns? Like, who at DCPS is responsible for working with WMATA or DDOT to fix these issues? Because they've been widespread across the city as it relates to our schools.
Yeah, so the school operations divisions within DCPS coordinates with all of our partners that provide transportation.
Okay, we need a person in DCPS that the principals and the schools can coordinate with, because the issue is coming up repeatedly.
Yeah, they have one, and if there are specific concerns, we're happy to talk offline, but there is a person that they can reach out to, and they can also raise it to the instructional superintendent that also coordinates all of the transportation needs for students.
Okay. I'm noting there's an issue there, and there needs to be more coordination between WMATA and DDOT and our school system. And I've told this to DME, but for DCPS particularly, where I've heard the issue the most, I need there to be a step up in that situation, so I don't have to be the intermediary between those things. The last question I have is about capacity and enrollment. I know DCPS relies on educational specifications to define capacity, but those are the design templates that are created during modernization and planning. Once a building is actually operating, classrooms get locked in by pre-K, special education, and program needs. How does DCPS adjust its understanding of capacity when the real use of space no longer matches the assumptions in the ed specs?
Yeah, Councilmember Louis George, it's a great question, and one that we've been actually discussing a lot recently, because you're right, the ed spec takes a design of a school and thinks about capacity, and we see that schools are used differently. We do walk the schools regularly with principals, especially when they're flagging capacity concerns, to understand what is going on in the school and also what sort of modifications can be made to keep with their models. It is something that we also think about with regard to the lens through equity, is making sure sure that schools have similar amounts of space for similar amounts of students, and understanding that models are going to change slightly. So it's conversations that we are currently having as we think about capacity.
What's happened is we've seen schools continue to take students even as they repurpose rooms, add portables, or shift programs around. And I guess my question is, at what point does DCPS decide a school isn't just under capacity on paper, but is operationally stretched? And what is the actual trigger for moving from short-term adjustments to an actual capital response?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, I think when we see the potential for a long-term impact, we're constantly monitoring enrollment trend data as well. As you know, a good example is in Ward 4 has been the tremendous growth that we've seen at Coolidge High School, and the cohabitation between both Coolidge and Ida B. Wells. And trend data indicated that we needed to adjust the space. As you know, we made some capital investments to expand space at those schools, whether it be the cafeteria space and others. So there are times where we will make adjustments if we believe that the utilization of the building is going to be a long-term issue. If it's not going to be a long-term issue, we typically work to try to make some short-term fixes. And then we also look at our enrollment strategy for that school, lottery strategies, and to determine what actually is driving enrollment. In some cases, it is not students within the boundary, it's actually students outside of the boundary. We can control that.
Okay.
So we try to exhaust every option we have before we get into making long-term capital investments.
Okay, 2 yes or no questions. Last year, you told us structured literacy training would start in kindergarten and expand grade by grade. Has that happened?
Yes.
And district law requires DCPS to ensure K-5 literacy educators, K through 5 literacy educators are trained. Are we currently in compliance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good morning.
Good morning.
So last night when I was supposed to be rereading all the testimony instead, I got distracted reading an article called "What's Really Going On with DCPS's COVID Recovery." When you look at the school level data, comparing individual schools' proficiency rates in 2024-2025 to where they were in 2018-2019, the last pre-COVID year, a complicated picture emerges. Some of the biggest apparent improvers turn out to be schools where the student body has changed dramatically, with rising white enrollment mechanically pushing up proficiency rates. Meanwhile, other schools have achieved genuine, sustained gains with largely stable demographics, and a troubling group of schools crashed during the pandemic and have never recovered. Given that white students in DCPS have an 87.8% ELA proficiency rate compared to 28.5% for Black students, even modest changes in racial composition can move a school's overall numbers substantially. Burroughs Elementary posted the single largest ELA gain in the entire district from 25.3% proficient to 52% proficient, a jump of 26.7 percentage points. Impressive, until you notice that the school's Black student share dropped from 93% to 68%, while white and Hispanic students each grew to about 15%, or a total of 30% of the student body. The same pattern shows up at Shepherd, 14.7 points, Black students from 79 to 50%, white from 11 to 25% enrollment, Payne, and Hearst. There's more, which I'll get to, but how do you respond to that? Because that's a troubling picture. So we boast about how the numbers have grown, we're the fastest improving, but then you look at these schools that did fantastic, and demographics seems to be a big part of it.
Yeah, I read that. It's unfortunate that that is the the take on our improvement journey. The reality is all of our subgroups of students, whether it be by race or ethnicity or students receiving IEPs or multilingual learners, all have made progress in our recovery journey from the
The achievement
pandemic.
gap has grown, though.
Well, I think,
Correct.
yeah, I think you'd have to look at certain grade levels and content areas. But I think what's important to note is that if you look at all of our subgroups, particularly if we're speaking about Black students, they are performing above their pre-pandemic levels and have made steady progress along with other subgroups across the district. So this idea that our recovery journey is only been influenced by white students is just not accurate.
Well, that's not what I read.
So this notion that a school only improves their performance because of the white students in their building, that's just not accurate. And if you look at a school like Burroughs, I think that's a great example. Burroughs has had a consistent history of steady gains in student achievement, pre and post pandemic. So this idea that you capture a point in time where the diversity of their school population has shifted as the only reason that they realize gains in student achievement.
I'm
I
not
think
sure the article says only reason. I think it says it's a significant, appears to be a significant
Yeah.
factor.
I think to imply that that is the most significant reason is just a misinterpretation of the data from our vantage point.
Not sure I agree, but let me read on. So the most troubling finding in the data is the cluster of schools that suffered massive COVID-era declines and have shown little to no recovery 5 years later. H.D. Cook Elementary in Adams Morgan fell from 38.3% ELA proficiency in 2018-19 to 12.9% in 21-22. 4 years later, its enrollment hasn't changed much. Its math scores tell the same story, from 42.3% to 15%. This is a school that lost 25 percentage points and never got them back. Brightwood Elementary, a large, predominantly Hispanic school in Upper Northwest, dropped from 31.7 to 11.6% in ELA proficiency. Burrville in Ward 7, nearly all Black with stable enrollment, dropped from 35.2 to 16.3% ELA proficiency. And Ketchum experienced the single largest math decline of any school in the district, from 35.1% to 3.7%, a 31.5 point collapse. So the point here is that there's some schools that have never recovered.
Yeah, there are schools
And
that
so
have had more challenges with recovery.
why? And
Yeah, I think one of the reasons I would point to is we've seen where we've had leadership challenges or transitions.
that means principals.
Those schools have not been able to accelerate. And I think there are various reasons. Again, I think if you look at what's happened post-pandemic, we've seen steady progress across subgroups. I think the subgroup that has had the most challenge with recovery has been our Hispanic Latino. And while they've made progress, that particular subgroup is not performing above pre-pandemic levels in all categories. But again, with our Black students, we made a lot of progress. And for example, if you look at English language arts specifically, you'll see that we did narrow their achievement gap. And again, I think it's important to look at content areas and grade levels when we think about the achievement gap. But there's, as I said in my testimony, Chairman, while we're proud of the progress made, there's still a lot more work to do. So I don't want you to hear from me that I'm satisfied with where we are, but I also believe that a lot of the work we've done has been effective.
Well, so I appreciate what you just said, that that there's more work to be done, a lot more work to be done. But I mean, I haven't done the math, but if let me see, well, Ketchum experienced the single largest math decline pre-COVID to present. If it hadn't, wouldn't that change the overall statistics for the city? Which is to say, one school can make a difference. That's one way of, hold on, that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is that we value our students in every school, and so we want every school to succeed. I'm going to say we want them to succeed equally. And so it's very disturbing that there are these schools that have never recovered from the decline that happened with the pandemic. And why is it, so you're responsible for the entire system. Why is it that some schools in that system are doing well and other schools are not doing well with the same demographics?
May I respond?
Yeah.
So I think there are data points that you're right, drive the overall district performance. I think the size of the school ultimately can be the most influential. For example, if you look at Deal Middle School and you compare it to some of our other small middle schools, their school performance can have various effect on the overall district number. But I would submit to you, Chairman, that one of the primary reasons where schools have not accelerated at the same rate post-pandemic has been related to school leadership challenges. And we have a new leader now at Ketchum that I'm excited about that has proven to be effective in other environments and has started strong this school year at Ketchum. And I'm confident that Ketchum will make similar progress to other schools in the district. And when we do see those challenges, we progress monitor with great intensity with those school leaders. And if we don't see the progress, then we think about the work that needs to be done to transition and transform that school. But I think if you look at the overall DCPS performance, I would encourage you to study the work from Josh Boots and the way that they honor what he calls bold schools. And if you look at how DCPS has improved the performance of students furthest from opportunity and our Black students, there's several great examples of schools in DCPS that have made significant progress with those student populations. And Burroughs is one of them. So it's fascinating that Burroughs would come up because if you look at their trajectory, they made phenomenal progress with Black students. And there's other examples, Barnard, Moulton, Patterson. But to your point, not all of our schools have been able to accelerate achievement at that level.
So,
and that is the focus of our team. Now, our team has gotten much smaller. Our central services team is down 20% of what it was a few years ago. And so we've been more strategic with how we deploy those resources to support schools. But it remains a priority, and we want all of our schools to accelerate student outcomes.
so my recollection from your testimony is that you had a 95% retention rate with principals. So it can't be leadership turnover in these schools because, I mean, you mentioned that there was principal turnover at Ketchum, but there haven't been that many principals who've turned over. So
It could be in the future. I mean, there could be more principal transitions in the future. But
Yeah.
again, if we want to, so to give you a line of sight in the way I manage this, like if we see a school that has 2 or more consecutive years where they are flat or not have made any progress with student achievement, they're meeting with me regularly and we're monitoring their improvement plans.
So you're meeting with Burville regularly
Burville is one of the schools that I meet with regularly. That is correct.
and they have an improvement plan?
They do have an improvement plan.
And you're satisfied with their improvement plan?
Some elements, I still think there's a ways to go. Yeah. Now, there have been some schools where we've had that progress monitoring and they made significant gains and they're then phased into less intensive support. But if not, we continue to raise that bar and then at some point we make a determination of whether or not we can continue.
Well, I think it's Principal Pilgrim, isn't it, at Burville?
Yeah,
She's been there about 7 years, as I recall, or 9. And they've done very well in the past. Do you do a deep dive into what might be going on at the school?
I think one of the data points that we look at, Chairman, is we talked about this before, is not only just proficiency, but growth, right? Because there could be in some scenarios where many students are realizing a year's growth annually, but they're not meeting the bar of proficiency. And so that's a consideration that we take. We also help troubleshoot staffing challenges, because in many cases when we meet with principals, staffing is one issue that they raise. So we prioritize their supports for staffing.
What does that mean?
For example, they may have had, a critical vacancy, or an individual on leave, or they may have a performance issue that they need support with.
Or looking at other, so I'm not fully,
So for
Yeah,
example,
how much
if,
of a
if,
dive
if we had
dive you
a
do.
critical fourth grade vacancy at an elementary school that's struggling, we prioritize supporting that principal with the applicant pool and ensuring that they're able to get a strong candidate into that vacancy as quickly as possible.
So I don't remember that there's been a lot of educator turnover at Burrville. But there could be other factors at work. And you didn't mention that. So
I mean, one of the indicators we also look at is attendance. Because a lot of times when students aren't regularly attending school, it makes it more challenging for them to realize the same acceleration and growth as others. We look at culture. I mentioned earlier in my testimony, I focus on the power practices, the learning environment for students, their routines, the positive behavior supports that they have also can influence the academic performance, how they support interventions, whether it be tutoring, pullouts, all of that can influence student achievement. But again, we've seen a lot of schools make progress. I think another example is where we were worried about the data points that we were seeing at Kimball Elementary. They were receiving intensive support. Kimball is one of our most significant improved schools year over year. Principal Dabney, his team has done a great job with accelerating outcomes, and believe that they have the formula now to continue that progress. And they were recently recognized at our standing ovation celebration that you attended. So we believe that we can support schools as an obligation that I am very serious about. And we monitor student performance throughout the school year, where we see schools that aren't moving as fast as we like.
I can't say I'm completely satisfied, but I'm going to move on. You mentioned that there are fewer folks at Central. Last year, according to the annual comprehensive financial report, DCPS underspent its budget by $24 million. Our analysis shows about $45 million in underspending in positions budgeted with at-risk funds, such as aides, assistant principals, behavior techs, and ESL budgeted positions. It's the $45 million in underspending in positions budgeted with at-risk funds and ESL budgeted positions. Can you explain?
Yeah, so I also have Dr. Ashley give some context. I believe you may have also heard this from Deputy City Administrator Reed as well. So we did have some timing issues on our ability to utilize Medicaid reimbursement, which had a significant impact and result in a surplus. And then we also intentionally stopped some spending in alignment with the mayor's order and the CA's order. And also we slowed some hiring as well. And so those were some factors that drove the numbers up and as relates to surplus.
Yeah, I think the chancellor covered it. And again, we did receive a balloon payment actually after the conclusion of the fiscal year, but when the revenue was actually recognized was in the fiscal year itself. And so in essence, that means that there was actually no ability to spend that dollars because we didn't have budget authority to actually start using it. Even if it had come a few days before the end of the fiscal year, the idea of using tens of millions of dollars in a productive way is just not something that we could do in a way that actually made sense with taxpayer dollars. Specifically with regards to the at-risk funding, as you know, we have about 10,000 employees. It's a transactional challenge that we have in terms of making sure that everyone's funding attributes, and this is not something that DCPS specifically maintains, it's a partnership we have with OCFO, of where their position cost actually hit. And so those funds have to be journaled and moved largely from our OCFO partners' perspective. We're really making sure we're balancing the overall picture, our financial picture. And so that means sometimes that we do see underspending in at-risk funds just because of the way the actual accounting works with those positions.
The balloon payment was a Medicaid reimbursement?
It was a Medicaid payment.
How much was it?
It was about $15 million.
15
million.
1.5.
1.5.
And that came in right after September 30th?
I believe that we actually received the finances on we received the funds on October 3rd. I'd have to double check that, but the revenue was recognized in the preceding fiscal year. So we've been working with our OCFO partners, and this has been a longstanding challenge of ours as part of the cost audit of actually when this revenue is recognized and how that we address this during budget formulation. We're required to spend down those funds because they're essentially federal funds, and so what ends up happening is local expenditures then get journaled over to those federal funds to liquidate the federal funds, and so that ends up creating a surplus balance on the local funds so that we could liquidate those federal funds.
So one of the strategies that would improve academic outcomes is professional development for educators. We've gotten testimony from teachers about a waiver process in order to partake in professional development. Now, I know that DCPS has PD days, but then what I'm speaking of, I believe, is additional professional development that teachers seek. What is this waiver process? Go ahead.
Yeah, so under the challenges that the city had as part of FY25 with Congress and the $1 billion, as you might remember, the city put in place additional restrictions with regards to travel, training, and other sort of additional costs, right? Some of the costs the chancellor just talked about that we slowed down. And so as part of that, there is a waiver process that's required by the city administrator order that requires any sort of those expenditures to go through a review process. We have worked very closely with the city administrator's office to be able to expedite those. We typically see turnaround times on a waiver request of less than 2 weeks, right around 2 weeks. And we encourage schools to really think about planning ahead and submitting those requests. And so, you know, they're doing their budgets, they're thinking about that. And so we want them to submit in advance. The other piece of this has also provided us a sort of macro level view and providing some intelligence about what sort of PD is going on at schools. And so not only is it actually a process in which that has been helping us understand spending, it's also been helping us as we think about how that we deliver PD across the enterprise. And so we don't have any concerns with regards to the timeline, like we're turning these around pretty quickly.
Did you just say you don't have any concern about the timeline, even though I think we heard complaints from teachers?
I don't. I think, you know, we turn these around in 2 weeks, right? And many times where we see concerns with timelines is when we see that somebody wants to do a professional development tomorrow and they haven't thought through and sort of really thinking about how that they structure the professional development and thinking about planning ahead with some of these. And so 2 weeks is a relatively quick turnaround for these sort of activities that are planned months in advance.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what if I was just learned today of a PD opportunity tomorrow, and I just learned of it today, but I'm not going to belabor that. So you said this was related to the mayor's order and the problem with the continuing resolution last year, but it sounds in your answer like this is still continuing.
Yeah, so the mayor's order did initiate the spending freeze on that. The city administrator's order for FY26 also continues those same restrictions. And so it is a process in which that we have continued as part of that. And again, I think it's not only just the financial controls here, it's also that we're able to be able to understand what sort of professional development is going on across the portfolio, and really think about how that we can leverage economies of scale as well, and seeing that, you know, professional development is happening at these 12 schools, and how can we actually think about getting cost economies there, bringing that professional development to the district rather than sending folks outside of the district.
Well, we don't want to be so efficient that we end up inhibiting or interfering with some teacher or educator initiative.
Sure, I think we definitely move these through very quickly. I struggle with the idea that a 2-week process of something that is planned months in advance is not efficient.
So at any rate, the waiver process is still in place.
That's correct.
Chancellor, there was some testimony yesterday with regard to the renovation of the old Parks and Rec building on 16th Street for Bancroft. What's the status there?
The status is that project is on time for delivery. There's no delays, and we continue to work with the Bancroft community with their temporary housing at Sharp Building, and we haven't heard any concerns from their stay there at this time.
Well, I remember specifically, and I don't have the testimony in front of me, that something was supposed to happen in December and it hasn't happened yet. And that's like, the point was it was like a 2-month delay. I don't know if that was sharing some plans with the community or being at the next stage of proceeding to a contract. I don't remember, but the witness was quite clear that there was a delay there. You're saying no?
Yeah, I'm not aware. I don't believe Dr. Asking Chairman as well. We don't have anything that been brought to our attention, and even with Department of General Services, that would indicate that there's a delay. So I'm not sure. Did the person provide any specifics?
Yeah. The design RFP
Design RFP.
was supposed to be issued in December and hasn't been issued. Do I have that right?
Yeah, so the RFP has been posted. It has been posted.
When?
I don't have the day. We can follow up with you.
Well, I mean, if it was posted last week and it was supposed to be posted in December, then points made. If it was posted in December and it was supposed to be posted in December, then not an issue.
Yeah, I think getting to the punchline here is that, like, we don't have any concerns with the project schedule based on when the RFP was submitted and based on the work that needs to be done. And so I think that's really the bottom line here. I can't speak specifically to the date. We can follow up with that. But what we're tracking right now is the project will deliver on schedule. And sorry, it's actually been awarded, and the kickoff meeting is today. Fortuitous question.
Thank you. Or fortuitous answer. About 3 months ago, we were told and assured that enrollment was projected to grow for next school year. But the data that we received yesterday or the day before shows a 2.9% reduction in school enrollment. What changed?
Yeah, so I think you may be looking at projection to projection, right? So we don't have our audited enrollment yet, to my knowledge, but we do have a good sense of the number of students currently enrolled this school year. So if you look at the number of students that are currently enrolled in DCPS this year, we are anticipate that we'll have an increase year over year. But if you look at just the projection to projection, that will be a decrease because we did not meet our projection for this school year. So the number of students projected for next year would be less.
And how far short of the projection are you for this year?
Yeah, again, because we don't have clean audited numbers, I don't want to give a number today, but
You
we
can give me a
won't be there.
ballpark figure. You're like short
Yeah,
50, you're short like 5,000.
not 5,000. I would say roughly 1,000. And I think the projections have been based on previous years where we had seen larger increases coming out of the pandemic. I think those increases are starting to slow down as we're starting to feel the effects of declining birth rates, and we're seeing less students enrolling, particularly in pre-K.
I have one more question, then I'm going to turn to colleagues. I want to ask about the administrative premium. So the administrative premium is dollars that are in a school's budget. Am I understanding this correctly? And that the principal has some discretion about how it can be used?
Yes, so Dr. Ashley can speak a little bit more about how it's budgeted, but yes, there are contractually based on our collective bargaining agreements with both the Washington Teachers Union and also CSO when individuals can earn admin premium. And there is a budget process that we have for schools. It's something that we have monitored more closely this school year to ensure that we have a better line of sight in the utilization of admin premium.
Dr. Ashley, did you want to say more?
I think that's answer got it all. So unless there's a specific follow-up question, I'm happy to take on admin.
Well, there is because, so it's only available for teachers.
So it's available for any WTU member. There's a similar similar compensation structure for CSO, but slightly different name.
And so it would be used if the principal wants to have, let's say, a program after school, and so the teacher would get administrative premium.
Correct.
Correct.
What we're hearing is that this money is instead being used up for substitutes because there aren't enough substitutes, and so teachers then have to fill in, and that's where all the money is going. So it's not available for any additional programming that the principal may want. Am I making sense?
So there are provisions within admin premium that do provide for class coverage as part of the WTU CBA, but generally the overall use of it is for additional compensation for additional activities.
Give me a second.
Yeah, and as you look, the number of individuals in our substitute pool we believe is sufficient, and then we've also seen the number of unfilled substitute requests down significantly, double digits. So there should be overall less usage of that type of admin premium because it should be covered by a substitute. And then we've also given schools the option to hire a permanent substitute as well if they believe that their needs require having someone in the building daily.
The schools have that option if their budget has that flexibility.
Correct.
I'm not going to argue whether the budget's adequate because, as you know, with schools first, the budget should be adequate. So they have that option to hire a substitute teacher if they want. And you're saying that they can make requests. There's a line, a budget line in central or school-wide for substitutes, correct?
No, they would not request any budget authority and.
No, I don't mean that, but that they can request of, they can request of central a substitute.
They can request if, on a per diem basis, they can request a substitute. That's correct.
And that's paid for out of this-
School-wide.
School-wide.
Yes, sir.
Are there limitations on that?
So we have been tracking substitute usage to make sure that we're controlling cost. If there's any sort of, if the teacher is not in the building, there is no restrictions on the use of substitutes.
Huh?
Yeah, I
So if
think,
the teacher who's being replaced by a substitute is not in the building,
Correct.
then there's no restriction on accessing the school-wide support for a substitute.
That's correct.
and we had some odd usage for substitutes that didn't involve that. So we've been clear on what the parameters are for substitute usage.
Okay, so I have a note here. I think that Kramer last year used, is that 82% of their admin premium? No, Kramer spent 60% of their admin premium budget on substitutes. Why? Maybe that's a little bit unfair because you haven't looked at Kramer, but why would a school be using so much of their admin premium on substitute class coverage if there is if there's the substitute resources through Central?
Yeah, I think we'd have to look at the specific data with regards to Kramer. I think, being upfront, we have had some challenges with regards to the way that time is coded with what we call TRCs and just some broad utilization of the same TRCs. And so we would want to dig in and talk with Kramer a little bit more. I don't have the same data that you have in front of you, but we'd be happy to follow up.
Give me a second. If you could look at Kramer and get back to us with an explanation.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Kramer. I think in some cases, if a school doesn't request a sub and they opt for coverage within the school, that could drive up their costs, but I'm not quite sure what the strategy is.
So you'll look and figure out what was going on, because
Yep.
that means there was less flexibility for any other programming at Kramer, and that could be, well, you're going to find out why.
Yep.
Give me a sec. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. You were lost in thought, so you didn't see us arriving. Chancellor Farabee, Dr. Ashley, thank you for testifying later today, Dr. Walker. The budgets, I have to say, I was pleased to see the budgets. I'm sure there are things that
I'm sorry, Councilmember Fruman, I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again?
I am sure there are things that I will identify down the line that we can build on, but I was very worried about how this year was going to go, and I am pleased by what I see at first glance. So thank you very much for all of your work to make that happen.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Freeman. I really appreciate you saying that. Again, I would like to remind the community at large that these are the initial budgets, right? And so they will shift. We have budget assistance. We have a new budget assistance strategy for schools that are swinging as a result of their modernizations. So we could see schools add resources throughout this process. So this is just kind of the first iteration as we get towards the submission as a part of the mayor's budget, but believe that we've met the spirit of schools first in budget, and we've ensured that our schools have the appropriate number of staff to support their school communities.
I appreciate that. There is one school that I will focus on in the budget process and that I do think could use help, but I had feared that there would be a whole bunch of them, and I don't see it at this point, so thank you again. One school that is interesting in the budget, and you see Jackson Reed going one direction with enrollment going down and MacArthur going in another direction with enrollment going up, which is what it was all about. Mm-hmm. And so it's worked. Jackson Reed is projected to be in the 1600s, which is pretty close to what it was built for originally. And MacArthur, I think, is around 720 in your enrollment projection. It's not 800. But I wonder if that projection to 720 can be a reflection of a target, a new target, as opposed to the 800. You and I have been on many emails about pressures on the neighborhood from the school. And, the team has worked really well to make this work, but it's a tight space. 720 is a lot of kids. 800 is even more. Are you thinking about, are you rethinking the target enrollment over the long term for MacArthur, calibrating it more to 720, 180 a grade, as opposed to 200 a grade?
Yeah, great question. We're excited about the renaming, so thank you. I know the school community is excited about the John Thompson naming, and we're also going to have our first graduating class this school year.
We had some graduates last year.
This is like the big graduating class that started with us as ninth graders, and it is an issue that we are paying close attention to in terms of their capacity, specifically around the number of students that may live outside the boundary. That is a part of the makeup of the student population. And I think we have some opportunity now to draw more in-boundary students and potentially maybe rethink the number of students that are out of boundary to right size the student population for the building. And so that's something that we work with Principal McCray on, and he's been receptive, and we'll keep our eye on it as we move towards enrollment for the 26-27 school year.
So I'll just say, I do think that that is the right approach.
Mm-hmm. And he's worked hard on strengthening the feeder pattern to ensure that we can bring in more in-boundary students from Hardy Middle School. And
it is a difficult place to get to from other places. And so it shouldn't be a magnet school for a citywide magnet school. It's the wrong place to have something like that. I can't say that without saying at the same time that it is critically important that we be investing in our high schools all around the city so that every student in the city and every family feels like they have a great option for them. But you can only fit so much in one place. And so I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about that. Going down a school level to middle school, we've heard a fair amount about the Common Lit pilot and the presence or absence of novels in the Common Lit pilot. You've heard about that from folks in Ward 3. I think there was testimony about it yesterday. How are you thinking about the Common Lit pilot and the role of full-length novels in children's education from middle school on?
Yeah, so I'll let Dr. Bay speak to implementation of the pilot because her team has been supporting schools. My sense is that diversity of what students read is important in their preparation for life and college and career. So I don't think we should have a solo effort in terms of you only read one type of text. I think it needs to be diversity. And so we've strived to reach that goal where it's, biographies or novels or other informational texts. But again, I'll turn to Dr. Bay in she can share a little bit more about the specifics of the curriculum and the way that we've been thinking about it.
Yeah, thank you, Chancellor. We are in year 2 of the pilot with Common Lit. Common Lit is a high quality curriculum. We have gotten really great feedback thus far from our schools that are participating. There are approximately 11 schools that are participating in the pilot this year. And much of the feedback that we get is aligned to what the Chancellor just said in terms of the variety of texts that students have an opportunity in order to engage with, informational texts, narratives, and how they use that text in order to develop a deeper understanding. And so we've been impressed with that. When we think about our English or ELA standards, 50% of them are literature or reflect literature, including poetry and shorter texts. With 50% being informational text. And so we want to make sure, based upon the standards, that we have a good balance, while also not preventing schools from engaging in more novels outside or aligned to supplemental to the curriculum that they are using. And so we'll continue to get feedback from teachers, from families, from schools as it relates to this year's pilot in order to inform what we will do moving forward. But yes, we love novels. We encourage our students to read novels, not just in their ELA classes, but in other spaces. I think that's where the role of our librarians come in and why they are so essential in terms of creating other opportunities for students to engage in a variety of texts.
So, I mean, it sounds like a work in progress, but I do think that some bias in favor of including full-length books as part of the curriculum is important, because developing the habit of reading a full-length book, I think, is a very important thing for us to pass on to our children. So that's part of what you're hearing. And to the extent that there were iterations that didn't include any full-length text, there was a reaction to that. And I think there can be an answer to that by being sure to incorporate full-length text. You look like you want to say something.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to reiterate, in terms of the pilot with Common Lit, there are full-length texts that are embedded in that curriculum, right? So I was just at, I believe, Johnson Middle School last week, and in the classroom, being able to observe at every grade level, students engaged in novel reading. And so there is flexibility at the school level to supplement and to increase opportunities for additional novels, but novel studies are embedded in the curriculum, and that's what the expectation is.
Okay. We had testimony yesterday about the home and hospital program. I don't know if you heard that testimony, and there were organizations, that I think the world of, who were concerned about the engagement with that program and DCPS's level of encouragement of families to take advantage of that program, which might be helpful in certain situations. I wonder if you can speak to how you see the program, why it is, whether you think you encourage people to take advantage of it, if not, why it is you do not. But it sort of jumped out yesterday as something I hadn't heard about before, but serious people were saying this is a gap. Can you speak to it?
Yeah, I think the testimony was centered around, an investment was made, right, in this program, and it may not be used the way that people anticipated it would be used. And I think one of the reasons is schools have realized that when they can leverage the school staff within their building to serve students that are out for medical reasons, that's probably the most ideal, right? Because that adult has a relationship with that student, there's some continuity. And so what schools have done in some cases, we just had a lengthy conversation about admin premium, is they have provided teachers an opportunity to receive admin premium to support students who may be out for health reasons or other issues. And so we try to strike the right balance. There are times where the intensity of the student need and where they're positioned in their health journey health and hospital is the right support. But in some cases, we believe that the school can continue to support that student while they're out. But we will continue to evaluate it. I think Councilmember Henderson asked some great question about us monitoring the number of hours that students receive as a part of this model. Depending upon the student situation, in some cases, we're able to provide more hours. And sometimes it's just not feasible to provide the number of hours we would like. And so we'll continue to strike the right balance in those services and continue to rely on schools to help us determine what path we need to take to support that young person. But as you can imagine, continuity of services is vital when we have students who need service in that way.
All right, well, thank you very much. I mean, the key thing is that the children be served. And so the idea of tracking the hours is a really important one to make sure it's not just that this program isn't used, it's something else is being done. So we need to make sure the program was created for a reason because there was a need, and we need to make sure that one way or another, that need is being filled.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see Chancellor and the team.
Good afternoon.
I'm not going to start off like my Ward 3 colleague and say how much I'm thrilled with the budget overall. I would say there's some parts that I'm excited to see, some parts I'm not happy to see. So I'll try to be a little more measured. Maybe that just means Ward 3 did very well. I'm not sure. Anyway, let me start actually with the release of the preliminary budgets, initial budgets. There were a couple of spots. I'm not going to focus on the schools that are just kind of a 1 or 2% up or down, but there were a couple that pretty significant changes, both up and down. And I want to try to get an understanding of why you're projecting that type of enrollment shift and change. So for example, Ahmadan Bowen is looking at an 11% increase in enrollment. Now listen, I'll tell you, I think that's partly because Ahmadan Bowen's every day is getting better and stronger. It's an attractive elementary school, but 11% is a big shift. Why are we seeing a big shift at Ahmadan Bowen? Is there something different programmatically that's happened? Why are we seeing such a significant shift there?
Yeah, so I'll turn to Dr. Ashley. He's been working with our budget team in the initial allocation, but I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. These are the initial allocations. They will likely evolve throughout the budget process and engagement with the advisory teams and the requests.
I agree, but clearly something's telling you, again, there's always gonna be a delta, right, of a little bit up and down, but anything that's around 10% is just a much more significant number.
Yeah. At Ahmadan Bowen, we specifically see a jump in boundary students, and there's just more school-age children within that boundary that are choosing the school that we think is driving the numbers.
Okay, I'll come back to Ahmadan Bowen in the building in just a second, but another significant shift I see is at Brent Elementary, it's an 8% reduction. My hunch may be this is going to be somewhat swing related because Brent is currently in a swing space and will be for next school year. Is that an accurate assumption? Because otherwise Brent's a great school doing great things.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate analysis. We also think about, as we're moving back into buildings and things like that, we also want to, and similar, we had this conversation about MacArthur a few minutes ago, is really think about controlling growth as well and making sure that as we're moving in, we're not expanding so fast that we're changing the overall school dynamics. And so as we're thinking about it and they're thinking about moving into a new building, we do expect to see some growth, but also controlling for that growth.
Okay. And I mentioned earlier, Councilman Allen, that this year is a part of our budget. We have an additional assistance stream for schools that are swinging, that are in modernization, in response to the concerns I know that you've raised and others raised about when schools are modernizations. It could impact their enrollment and the need to have additional supports.
Okay. And if we have time, we'll come back to that too. Ludlow Taylor is projecting a 5% increase. Is that because we have the new classrooms that'll be coming online for next school year, or just what are the dynamics that you see at Ludlow Taylor?
Don't know Ludlow Taylor specifically. You're talking dollars or are we talking enrollment?
The enrollment's projected to go up 5%.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing again just some changes in the grade level progression and what we're expecting to see carry over year to year. We look at historical performance through all of our schools to understand what their attrition rate is. And so as we recalculate that every year, we'll see that they either underperform or overperform, and that's how we think about progression and enrollment in the next year.
Okay. The biggest swing is actually at Chisholm Elementary, which is seeing an 11.5% reduction in enrollment. Why do we see that? We do have a swing coming. Is that based on an expectation of enrollment due to swinging, or is there something else?
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of things. One, also like we chatted about this a little bit earlier as well, is like comparing projection to projection sometimes is a little bit of a misnomer because sometimes we don't meet that projection. And so just going out the gate here, they missed their projection last year by 30 students. And again, as we think about, and so their projection is down 62. And so just take that 30 off the top, right, that they missed their projection by last year.
That's helpful context. All right, so when you look at their projection of 542, your census hasn't been completed, so they're really closer to 512.
Correct, yep.
Okay. All right. Stuart Hobson going up by 9%. Again, one of our fantastic middle schools, gets better every day. Full disclosure, got an 8th grader there. But the building is a capacity of 410. So we're projecting 100 more kids than we have capacity for at Stuart Hobson. I know we've talked about this in our previous hearings. It is a historic building. There are challenges to what we can do. But I said a couple of years ago, we were already out of space. A 9% enrollment increase, I'm going to wager that's because there's nothing else physically changing. I'm going to wager that's because, again, more people see Stuart Hobson as just one of our top middle schools, which it is. That's a big jump when we don't have room for them.
Yeah, I think, one, we're glad to see our middle schools continue to grow. We calculate the capacity of Stuart Hobson around 610 or so. And so I mean, so as part of this process, I think we also talk to school leaders and understand what the felt experience is in their building. School leaders have the opportunity when we're doing projections. It's not just something that's done in a vacuum. We have the opportunity to hear from them. We do a lot of buildings walks with them, especially as we're approaching capacity. We didn't receive any feedback from that principal to say that they were unhappy with the projection. They wanted to see it decreased. And so as we talk to those school leaders, it's something
I've never met a principal who has told me, I really want to decrease the projected enrollment.
Yeah, and again, those are conversations that we're having with them to make sure that they can actually, have those students in their building. So we can certainly follow up about that, but it is something that we are soliciting feedback from our.
So did you say the capacity is 610 and you said the capacity is 410?
Capacity is 410. So I don't know where the 600 figures come from. I mean, we've talked about this in past hearings, and I think we've all acknowledged, again, we're going to put a caveat to this is the enrollment's growing because it's a really great middle school option. And it's, I think, one of DCPS's greatest middle schools. But we're already crunched. I mean, DCPS's own website says you're over capacity. So trying to tell me it has capacity for 600, that would be brand new information that I really don't buy right now. There are no plans to be able to modernize or build historic buildings. So actually there's a lot of constraints of what we could do there. The bigger picture I'm looking at is Stuart Hobson projected at 514 with a 9% increase. Elliott Hine, which used to be in Ward 6, now it's in Ward 7, but a lot of Ward 6 families still go there, so I think a lot about Elliott Hine. Great, it's again, getting better every single day. We just modernized it, but it's at 514 and a 2% enrollment increase. Jefferson, another one of our great middle schools, growing by 3.5%, so at 435. The good news is we're creating great middle school options for families, and we all want that. I'm getting more and more concerned that we are running out of space, and we lack the ability to flex that much more when we're at a building that's already over capacity at Stuart Hobson, for example. What are your plans of thinking about both the trend lines and what we're seeing at our middle schools that are a function of success, right? We, again, want to reemphasize for folks, like we're creating great middle school options, but we also are going to start feeling the constraint of the physical space.
Yeah, I think we need to pay close attention to the trends at elementary, which often impact what happens in middle grades. The trend right now is we're seeing less students as a result of declining birth rates. If you think about students entering the system at pre-K and kindergarten, we do see less students there. I think for the next couple of years, we'll need to monitor that closely at our middle schools if there is a bottleneck there. Right now, we aren't tracking overutilizations with the school leaders of those buildings, but you're right, all that you referenced have had phenomenal gains in student achievement, especially Stuart Hobson, which we recently recognized as part of our standing ovation. But we'll have to also look at the outer boundary enrollment for those schools as well to ensure that we're first accommodating those students that are within the boundary.
Well, I mean, the trend that I see in our elementary schools is because we're providing stronger and stronger middle school options, you're seeing more and more in the elementary, those third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade classes staying in their DCPS neighborhood elementary school. And as those enrollments grow, because they're looking towards that middle school, you may be seeing a slight decrease in enrollment trends at pre-K 3, pre-K 4, but you've got and again, it's a good thing. DCPS is keeping more kids in your system. So you've got more kids coming through. I think that we are headed towards some real pressure points in capacity. And when I look at a Stuart Hobson, for an example, like, again, 514 students, if that's where we actually landed, again, your caveat being its initial enrollment projections, that is a oversubscribed middle school, and it will create significant physical challenges. Even if I could fit 600 in the auditorium, that school is not built for 600, just isn't.
Yeah, I think our first step is looking at the lottery numbers and what students are coming in out of boundary, because again, our priority first, we want to accommodate these students in boundary. My worry that if we explore capital solutions, even if we capture more third and fourth, fifth graders, the reality is we know we're going to have more students at middle school probably for an interim period of time, but I doubt that would be the long-term trend, given what we know about what's coming in our earlier grades. But we'll continue to work with those principals around solutions if we hear that there are overutilization issues that they may be challenged with. And there may be some temporary solutions that we need to stand up to help support their capacity.
I'm over time, so I'll just, if I can, Mr. Chair, just finish my line of thoughts here. We're on 25-minute rounds.
Well, I've offered previous people, when you weren't here, one and done. So if you want to go longer.
What does one and done mean?
That means you go a little bit longer and you don't have a second round.
Well, that's not how it's going to work. I got more questions to ask. Let me just finish my train of thought real fast, if I can.
Sure.
And that was the earlier to the chairman's question around enrollment over projecting, but not by huge margins. I heard you kind of say that you think once the audit comes through, we're talking about an adjustment downward.
About 1,000.
Okay.
Rough numbers.
All right. That's system-wide.
I can only speak for DCPS. I can't
Sorry,
speak for
when I
Charter.
say system, I mean DCPS. You mean, we're talking about roughly 1,000 or so.
Correct.
Okay. We're not going to solve it today, but I would love to follow up with you too to make sure we're digging in and understanding where you're seeing that. I'm assuming there's going to be some variability you see across the city.
True.
In which schools and which not. We all want to pay attention to those trend lines of what we're seeing at pre-K 3, pre-K 4. But it doesn't completely, even with that enrollment change, it doesn't alleviate my concerns that we are going to have oversubscribed, over-enrolled schools. And what that then pressure points it puts on those facilities and those schools, the educators within them, the dynamics within a school as well. So I want to keep working with you on that because again, we're creating great middle school offerings and that's the good news story here. It's just how we manage our physical constraints.
Yeah, it was a great story for both middle school and high school. We see more capture rate in, to your point, when students are choosing to stay in DCPS in the upper grades in elementary, that means more students in middle school, and a lot of those students stay with us for high school. So happy to continue to work with you where we see those pressure points. And we'll know more about enrollment as we go throughout the enrollment season into the summer and fall.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm absolutely looking forward to a second round.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. It's good to see you all. I wanted to start with truancy. And I'm referencing your truancy report that came out in October of last year. It reports that DCPS's in-seat attendance dipped from about 87.4% to 87.2%, while truancy climbed from 33.4% to 35%. So roughly it remained flat. Some might say it dipped slightly. Notably, one of the things that stood out is that many of the students improved their attendance after nudging and or like soft outreach from schools and the LEA. So like, how are we thinking about strategies to improve truancy and attendance generally, but also kind of scaling the things that are proven to work?
Yeah, so we continue to scale the outreach, which, as you've highlighted, has been a strong approach. Last year, I noted that we had several days of inclement weather that really impacted attendance, and I would agree, roughly numbers were flat. Now, even though we had 2 days of inclement weather that our attendance wasn't great, we're still tracking with a higher in-seat attendance rate year to date compared to last year, and a lower chronic absentee rate compared to last
Do
year.
you have that rate as of today or a ballpark and
It
compare?
moves every day, but we can give you a projected number of
That
where
would
we
be helpful to
stand.
just say, where were we at this time last year as it relates to now?
Yep. Well, give me a minute and I'll get back to you
Okay.
on what those numbers are.
I appreciate that. I appreciate agencies that like to answer questions in the moment. There are so many agencies that say, let me follow up in a month or two. How are you thinking about the severity of absenteeism in addition to just overall rates? So the report shared the rates overall, but how are we shining a light on those young people that are missing 20 or more days, for instance?
Yeah, I think that's where we are exploring other options, where we have schools that have significant numbers of students that are chronically absent. We spoke earlier before you arrived with council members and chairman about a pilot that we have that is planned at Dunbar for second semester, where students will get an opportunity to earn some compensation as a part of their work in school and attendance.
I think we have legislation pending on something similar, so I'm glad to hear you all are doing that.
Yes, I know it's a point of interest for you. I think that could be a winning strategy as well, because we see when students are away from school, oftentimes there's other obligations that they may have to support their family. And so we want to take away that barrier for students. And again, we are continuing to bolster extracurricular and athletic activities. We see a strong correlation when students are engaged with activities after school with their attendance rates. And so those are just two examples where we made investments and make more investments. If you're ready for the attendance numbers,
yes.
Again, these are rough numbers. So our in-seat attendance right now is hovering around 88%. Last year, this time it was at 87. Chronic absentee rate is at 34. Last year, it was at 35%. Keep in mind, we had 2 days of inclement weather on the Thursday and Friday in January. I believe that was like the 28th and 29th. We had roughly about half of our students present. And we thought it was important to have school on those days because we know that's a critical resource. So even with that impact, we're still tracking slightly better than where we were last year. But we have a long ways to go.
And shout out to your team for real-time data. Again, that is noted. I want to keep going though. Ninth grade stood out. So 39% of ninth graders accumulated more than 20 absences. And as a grade in high schools, they had more absenteeism than any other grade. How are we focusing on ninth grade? And connected to that, it seems like many of our interventions are reactive, frankly. Are we thinking about being preemptive if we know ninth grade is an issue, getting ahead of it in seventh or eighth grade?
Yes, so we have a very targeted approach for both sixth grade and ninth grade in those transition years where we see students fall off academically or with their attendance. And we see that the transition activities that we establish for students over the summer, especially in our sixth grade and ninth grade academy, with building relationships among peers and with their adults, has been effective with students having a better sense of belonging, which is one of our strategic priorities. When students have a strong sense of belonging, we see stronger attendance rate, improved student achievement. And so we're excited that we do see improved outcome in ninth graders. I shared earlier that if you look at the number of ninth graders that are promoted from ninth to 10th, we've seen steady progress. And last year, 90%
That
of
are
our ninth
promoted.
graders, right.
That's not the same as attendance.
But you got to be there, right? Part of that
We
is
brought this up yesterday because word on the street is it's hard to fail a kid in high school in DCPS. I wasn't going to even go there, but let's stick to attendance. Nearly 600 referrals were made for ninth graders alone. There's a big issue there. And the educator in me thinks part of the issue could be that young people aren't getting what they need in the classroom. So why am I going? I'm not getting special education services, so why am I showing up? How are we triaging? I'm hearing what you're saying, and respectfully, it sounds like we're doing the things that we've been doing. But if we know this is an acute area of need, are there any intense focus strategies for ninth grade in particular?
there's a wealth of services, and I'm probably not doing it justice. So I'll give Dr. Bay an opportunity to add just all the things that we do for our ninth graders that support their attendance. But we've seen, again, and I disagree, it's hard to fail. That's a probably conversation for another day.
Yes.
But the reality is we see that bear out in their outcomes, right? If you look at our hate data, for example, on our secondary students, we have some of the strongest gains for our students that are in our secondary schools, right?
Respectfully, Chancellor, nearly 40% of ninth graders had more than 20 absences. Something is off.
For sure, for sure.
And yes, I'm glad to hear we're making progress, but I would love, and maybe this is a recommendation, DCPS to say, you know what, we're going to double down on ninth grade because something's happening in this transition. And I think it might be young people aren't getting the academic supports that they need. Dr. Bay, I didn't know if you wanted to jump in here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right in terms of the focus on ninth grade. We've had a ninth grade academy for over a decade, and we continue to see improved outcomes in our ninth grade academy schools as it relates to what the chancellor was just mentioning in terms of promotion rates, but also other indicators in terms of their sense of belonging and how it is that we monitor ninth graders during that particular transition. We're looking at something similar in terms of sixth grade academy, that transition from fifth to sixth grade. And so we know those transition years are particularly important in terms of making sure that students feel a part of their school, they feel connected to their school, and that we have systems and structures in order to—
Do we have a commitment to revisit ninth grade strategies?
Absolutely.
Okay,
That is,
good.
yes, absolutely.
I see the clock ticking, so I wanted to continue to pivot. It seems to me by the data, kindergarten accounts for that largest volume of CFSA referrals. And it again, thinking about trends, how is the agency communicating, supporting families to say kindergarten attendance is required and is not optional? Because I imagine that is what's happening. Some families may not be aware that I actually have to send my kid to school.
Yeah, I mean, some of those trends start in pre-K. And we've done a lot of work to emphasize that kindergarten is compulsory. I think the difference is kindergarten is that first year that is required, and a lot of the behaviors that we see from pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 transcend over into kindergarten, right? And so we want to be more effective with pre-K because we believe if we have stronger pre-K attendance, that will transfer over to what we see in kindergarten. But I think for kindergarten, all the great things that happen in the kindergarten classroom ensuring that families understand that and how critical those years are to their development is something we're constantly communicating to our families to ensure that they understand the importance of kindergarten.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
It's worth noting schools in Ward 7 and 8, east of the river, show the highest trend rates for these referrals for kindergartners. That tracks with our truancy rates later in time when these young people are matriculating. So I guess my last question for this round is, how are we using longitudinal data to say little Johnny was absent in kindergarten and showed signs and therefore was referred to CFSA? And we want to make sure we're intervening before this student gets to 9th grade because we anticipate there are going to be some challenges.
Okay.
Yeah, that's aligned to our multi-tiered system of supports that we have at all schools in order to really, to your point, get to the root cause of why students are or are not making academic progress, why there may be attendance challenges. And so we really work within that system to get to the student level to determine, based upon all the data that we have, behavior data, academic data, attendance data, what are the needs and what are the interventions that we can put in place to ensure that students are coming to school and coming to school.
So quick follow-up there. So kindergartner is referred to CFSA, and that's a whole nother system. But internally within DCPS, what I'm hearing you say is there are files or supports created that are later used to track that student.
Yeah, and not just files, right? But actual meetings, discussions with the family, with the teachers, with all of the supports that are in the building in order to get to the root cause of why the student isn't coming to school and what can we do and what can we put in place as an intervention to support the student and the family.
Last question, and I'm over time. Just zooming out system-wide, who is managing and tracking that information? So if I'm at Ward 5 school versus Ward 3 school, who's in central office tracking all of the kindergartners that were referred to CFSA for attendance issues and later in 3rd grade and 6th grade, 9th grade, et cetera?
Yeah, so we have an attendance team that tracks all of our attendance trends across the district. And we also have a team that we can deploy out to support schools that need the most intensive support and that are experiencing spikes in referrals. But I believe that one of the strategies that we need to continue to get better with is supporting the family. Because a lot of times, we are supporting the student and there are interventions in place, but there are some barriers with the family that we need to solve for as well.
Okay. I'm going to respect the clock, although I'm over. But to me, it seems like we need to focus more on kindergarten and 9th grade. Those data points jumped off.
But I would add, okay, because pre-K leads the behavior that happens in kindergarten.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you one and done or do you want a second round?
I have another set of questions. So yes, a second round. Should I ask them now? I didn't even touch on academics.
You can do your second round now.
Okay. I did want to, I heard part of the discussion a little bit earlier on the literacy curriculum. Upon digging, it seems as though the Passport to Learning, which is the literacy curriculum that DCPS is using, is that right? Mm-hmm. Is not aligned to OSCE's approved science or reading curricula. Can you speak to why that might not be aligned and what the LEA is doing to bring your literacy and curriculum into alignment with OSCE's recommended?
Yeah, so and to put a final point on that, that's specifically for K through 5.
That's right.
And it's a curriculum that we have for some time now. It's developed internally, as you may know, and believe that we're at a point now that we need to seek a solution outside of DCPS, right? And
what does that mean?
So this is a curriculum that we develop ourselves, right?
Yep.
And we believe that there are some options that we could purchase that would be in alignment with the standards for high quality instructional materials.
Is that something you're actively working
It's
towards?
something that we're actively working towards right now. And we have a waiver process that we've stood up for schools to pilot other options that are approved as HQIM, high quality instructional materials. And we've been gathering feedback on which models we think would be the ideal solution for DCPS as a system. And so stay tuned as we go throughout that process of procuring a new curriculum for
Nice.
K-5.
That's breaking news.
Yeah.
Love it. But I think DCPS saw gains in literacy. Is that right?
We did, that is correct.
And this is multi-year gains. Is that right?
Multi-year gains.
So let's not leave that out.
Yes.
I think that's important. And shout out to all of the amazing educators in DCPS that continue to do great work. I did want to ask a question about the reading clinic. I received word that they received philanthropy, and instead of expanding that team's capacity, that money was moved elsewhere. Can you just speak to this? Because the concern is, while they're working to build capacity, the funding that they're securing is being supplanted rather than supplemented, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because we've been expanding the reading clinic model. I don't know, you want to speak to where we are now?
Yeah, I mean, we continue to be impressed with the work of the reading clinic. We remain committed to the model. And so, you know, we've been in situations where we have prioritized and moved money around in order to support the reading clinic. And so I don't anticipate that we will be in a deficit or that we're not going to be able to continue to move forward with our intentions with the reading clinic.
Not that you're in a deficit, but is it the policy of DCPS that if the reading clinic receives philanthropy, that money is supplemental to what they already naturally would receive?
Yeah, I don't think we've moved any money around. I think when budgets get tighter, sometimes we use philanthropic dollars or other resources to keep it going. But it's not a program that's at risk. It's something that we've actually been expanding. And in fact, we're replicating that model with math currently via our math center. So I don't anticipate that strategy being divested anytime in the foreseeable future. And it's something that I see that we'll make more investments in. And I'm proud that I shared in my testimony, and we've trained over 600 teachers and growing. And it's been an effective strategy to use a clinical approach, not only to support students, but also the benefits that go along with
And
that.
that's trained on the science of reading.
That is correct.
Which is another reason why having an aligned curriculum would matter. But I'm glad to hear you're moving in that direction. Which grades are now required internally within DCPS for those trainings?
Kindergarten. We're also moving into first grade as well.
You knew where I was going with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, can you say more about that?
Yeah, so right now we're just over 90% of our kindergarten teachers who have already been trained. We continue to work with the DCPS Reading Clinic and other avenues in order to get additional, the remaining about 10% of the kindergarten teachers trained by the end of the year. We're already training first grade teachers, and so we have a plan for how we're going to attack each grade level to ensure that all of our teachers are trained appropriately.
Can you give a projection? When might we anticipate that K through 5 teachers would be trained on the science reading?
I have to get back with you on that if we're talking about fully K-5. Again, right now we're.
Do you have a projection for K through 3?
We currently have a plan for K through 3.
Yeah.
Over the next few years, being able to ensure that all of our kindergarten through third grade teachers are trained, and so we can get you more information on the specifics.
So
Again,
I've been on pace for a grade level each year. So I would anticipate within, the next 2 to 3 years, we should have everybody in K3 trained.
and what is the decision point? Is it hours? Is it funding? Is it like, why wouldn't we just say tomorrow K through 5 teachers are going to receive this training? What is the consideration?
So it is our collective bargaining agreement, which dictates how much training in hours. And
Interesting.
so I would say it's more so hours than it is financial
Interesting.
commitment, right?
Okay.
Because, there are a number of hours that you need to complete in order to be fully trained. And so we balance that with the other professional development needs that we have in the district, and also the finite amount of time that we have to train teachers based on our contract with the Washington Teacher Union.
Understood. That is a interesting point. I hadn't thought about the contract, but I'm going to move on for the sake of time. How many special education coordinators are currently employed across the city? And do you have a list of which schools have a full-time coordinator and which don't?
Yeah, I will have to get back to you. So I've been able to give you numbers today. So I'll work to see if we can get that number for you today. But if not, we'll get it to you quickly.
Do you have a ballpark or estimate of how many schools might have a coordinator versus not?
It is influenced by the number of students who have IEPs and the complexity of those IEPs. So I don't want to give you a number because I know that populations shift often.
Okay. And the reason for these coordinators, as you can imagine, is that, as their name implies, they are coordinating services for special needs students. And that continues to be a gap across the district, not just for DCPS, but for all LEAs in the district. Similar on the same vein to training, what is DCPS doing to ensure that all educators have like basic knowledge and strategies to support special needs students? We continue to hear that non-special education teachers lack the skill, resources, tools, the know-how to adequately support special needs students.
Yeah, our focus has been on ensuring that every facet of Tier 1 instruction, right? That's the instruction that everyone receives, regardless of whether they have an IEP or 504, is extremely strong. And we've been leaning into a practice we call productive struggle, which we believe allows students to be challenged in a healthy way to deepen their understanding and proficiency. And so it's our expectation that whether you have an IEP or not, that what you're getting as your Tier 1 instruction is high quality. Now, if Tier 1 instruction is not meeting the needs of those students, then we use the multi-tier system support that Dr. Bay referenced earlier, and we have levels of intervention. Again, that's regardless of whether or not you have an IEP.
We know all teachers are not doing that as effectively. When I was a teacher, I attempted, but I will acknowledge I probably didn't do as good as the special needs teacher in addressing all of my students' needs.
Well, our monitoring structures, we've elevated that. I think the strategy I would point to, and Dr. Bay can speak to the way the team is leading this effort, is strengthening inclusion practices, because that's where you have engagement with the teacher that's responsible for regular education delivery, and then teachers that are responsible for implementation of IEP. Okay. And I think when that collaboration is strong, we see students with or without IEPs both benefit.
Okay. I'm going to move on to facilities just very quickly. DDOT disclosed fiscal year 25 small capital project on its facilities planning and design website. Do you intend to disclose fiscal year 26 projects? And if so, when might we be able to have those?
Yeah, you're referring to our capital projects?
Yes.
Yes, so we're still working through our capital budget. I don't know that we have a timeline yet to share. I'm looking at Dr. Ashley.
Are you talking about FY26 or FY27?
26.
So we have a great capital website that talks about all of our projects, especially our
And is
major
that up to
modernizations. It is up to date. And so if there's specific questions you have, there's some pooled projects, but we talk about our big, small
Okay, I
caps.
do have some specific questions.
Yep.
I thought you were asking about 27, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Emory campus. Emory campus is marked as on hold for upgrades to electrical and HVAC. Is that still the case?
We're moving forward with HVAC and electrical work at Emory.
And what is the anticipated timeline?
That project is happening now. So I think it's a phased project. Some of the work is getting done this year and then into next year.
Okay. Rapid fire boroughs. The project appears to be on track. Any concerns about the project that we should know about? I'm jumping.
Yeah, you're rapid firing me and I can't move that fast, but we can follow up with you if you have a list of them. Emory's on track for finishing up in spring of 27.
Okay, I'm gonna just yell these out because I see the chairman coming. So Burroughs Bunker Hill is about 2 years out from its scheduled swing space. If you can share an update about any anticipation there. Something that I would say Brooklyn area neighbors are nervous about. Obviously, Burroughs is in the swing space. Bunker Hill is coming next. And there's an unclear rumor that Langdon will be a third school in its swing space. Can you say yes or no what the plan is for Langdon and its use of the swing space?
I would go back to the rapid fire list. I would say confidently that we don't anticipate any delays or modification to those projects that are
That's good
significant
news.
right now. Langley, I don't know.
Langdon.
Langdon, okay, yeah. I don't know that we, I'd have to look at that and see.
So I'm thinking about the neighbors on Newton and Monroe and that surrounding area. It makes them really nervous because originally DCPS said this swing space is going to be used here for Bunker Hill and Burroughs. Now we're being told, oh yeah, there may be a third, maybe even a fourth school. And we have yet to be able to nail down a clear answer from DCPS on what the future plans are.
Yeah, I think a lot of that depends on the FY27 capital budget with regards to the Burroughs trailer. So more to come on that one. And I think we can give more clarity on that as part of the budget oversight hearing.
Okay, I do have more questions, but I will respect the clock and yield back. Thank you.
You signed up for 2 rounds. The chancellor was looking forward to 2 rounds from you. You've got 2 rounds. And you can't ask a yes or no question, what is your plan?
In terms of what?
We just can't do that. Chancellor, yes or no, what is your plan? It doesn't work. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. I won't phrase some of these as yes or no. I do appreciate the conversation that was taking place earlier on absenteeism. It's a really important issue. I will say, having kids that are going through these myself, so experiencing firsthand the 6th grade academies, the 9th grade academies, I think are absolutely the right approach in ways that help create the bridge between schools and that bridge between summer. I don't think it's all academics for the attendance issues. I think there are many dynamics that go into this. And I think the bridge programs are part of a strategy that work on that. And so just as taking my counselor hat off and putting my dad hat on, like going through and watching my kids go through the 6th grade academy, for example, was a really worthwhile experience that I think helped build a sense of community and helped kids get into their middle school experience. And as I'm about to head into being a dad at high school, looking forward to the 9th grade academies and how that works. So again, I just want to say those are good efforts.
Thank you for your parent testimony.
I appreciate it. I didn't have to even show up to the public one. All right, let me run through a couple other issues. All right, last year's budget, Amadon-Bowen Elementary School was moved out of the CIP. Part of our commitment is to engage the school community in conversation around alternative swing space ideas, because the one that had been proposed was just objected strongly from the school community. Have there been any conversations with Amadon-Bowen school community since then to start mapping out what an alternative could look like?
Not with the school community. It is something we're still exploring and understanding what solutions are. As you know, we've added another swing site since the last time we've had this conversation. And so we're continuing to reevaluate the portfolio as always as part of the capital improvement plan. But we haven't had any updates germane to that project yet.
Okay. I encourage us to do so. Do we expect that we'd see Amadon-Bowen in the proposed CIP coming up?
Yeah. I think that's TBD.
Okay. I'm
hopeful. I'm very hopeful.
Looking at, as you said, more in-boundary families choosing Amadon-Bowen, and I think understandably so. It continues, got great leadership with Principal Jackson. The school community continues to embrace Amadon-Bowen. We're also creating a stronger and stronger middle school pathway just a couple of blocks away at Jefferson. So in an aging building, we can't kick it down the road. We're going to have to get it. So I do believe it needs to get back into the CIP.
Understood. And we're excited to have the principal back in the district. He's been
Agreed.
great for the school community.
Agreed. Don't let him go anywhere. All right, on the Jefferson conversation, we worked hard. I appreciate DCPS working with the Chisholm community and the Jefferson community to help outline what is I may not use the exact phrasing correctly, but essentially a dual language track, and looking at Jefferson to start what I think will create a much stronger partnership with Chisholm Elementary, which feeds there. But as a dual language school, I don't have to explain it to you, you know the issue. It feels like you just kind of get a dual language through 5th grade and then it just stops. So can you give us an update as to this year's work to prepare for a Jefferson dual language track?
Yeah, so we are increasing our investment in the dual language program at Jefferson this school year, even though the enrollment currently doesn't quite justify that, but in hopes of what we build and create for students will generate a larger population dual language, and we're able to sustain the program long term. We're also hiring an assistant principal next year at Jefferson. Its sole focus will be on this work and expansion of the dual language program.
Okay. I think I can full well acknowledge, like, you can't just flip a switch and turn a school into dual language. So it'll take a couple of years to ramp that up. I think the hire next year will be a very smart way that we start building that muscle within Jefferson so that dual track comes up fully online. Speaking about Chisholm, one of the questions that we have been working on for the modernization of Chisholm, a lot of pushback around not doing a full demo using some of the existing building. I think we met with the team, and the SIT team met not too long ago with some of the revised plans, and I think the team actually incorporated a lot of the feedback from the school community. Maybe not happy about not seeing a full demolition, but also seeing a lot of changes that are responsive to what the community was asking for. So I feel like we're somewhat headed on the right track. However, the gym, which is what historic says we can't change out the windows, for example, the gym is going to become the future library. There continue to be really strong concerns that if there aren't adaptations made, we just can't build a library that we really want or need in that space. Maybe it's directed more towards Mr. Ashley, but is that something you have heard of? And I would like to be able to follow up with you around what we can do to help push, because I think we all have an interest in making sure that library works. I think you're constrained by taking an old high ceiling gym, and then you're gonna have these they're actually not historic, but you're gonna have these restrictions put on it. How do we solve this problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have had a history of being able to navigate challenges with any building. And I think with Chisholm, we're not concerned with the historic aspects with regard to being able to do what we want to do. It's not uncommon to see, as some of our other projects have done, we've turned gymnasiums into libraries and have been very successful in those. So we'll continue to work with you in the community. It's good to hear the feedback that we're coming around to some of the concerns that we had, but we'll continue to engage to make sure that we can build a facility that meets the needs of that community.
Okay. Specifically,
One that I really like is Francis Stevens. They have a library that was one of the old gymnasium library. It's done really nicely. I think Truesdale is another good example. So there are examples across the district where we've been able to do that well.
I think it helps when we can see other examples so people can kind of picture what it is that is intended. I think specific to Chisholm, one of the big challenges is the west-facing wall has windows that, at least we're being told, cannot change. And it is the orientation of the windows that are going to create a really big problem. And so I think there's got to be some reasonable ways that architecture can be adapted or changed in a way that work to make this be successful. But that is something I'm hearing pretty strongly from the school community that while I'll acknowledge, again, the design team has incorporated a lot of the community feedback on the other elements. This is one that is still outstanding. So much so, my understanding is the school, the ANC, the SIT team, and others have flagged this as lack of a better word, almost a deal breaker. Like they really need to see some changes in this element.
Yeah, this is a good conversation because we will organize some tours maybe of the other sites and give them some photos of what we've been able to do in other places. I think they will be pleased with what they see at John Francis and others where we shifted the space.
Yeah, no, again, I think people can wrap their heads around the idea of essentially a two-story gym being converted into a library, and you can probably show some good examples of that. There are specific architectural aspects of the Chisholm building and the gym specific to the windows that I think have to be addressed. So I think the tour is a good idea. I just really want to flag for you, these windows, there's a very specific element about the way in which they're oriented, the restrictions perhaps around them. They're going to make it hard to deliver on that. So I want to, let's do the tours, absolutely, but I really need your help on addressing that, especially that west facing wall.
Yeah, we'll look at those windows.
All right. I believe one of my colleagues brought this up earlier, but I wasn't in here, so I'm going to bring it up again. When it comes to our H-1B visa program, is DCPS, have we just stopped that program?
We have not. We continue to support H-1B visas. I think the processing of those visas have significantly slowed down. And along with that, also the process for permanent residency, green cards, also the process is much slower. And so we will support H-1B visas as we've done in the past. And we currently have 2 cohorts of candidates for permanent residency, and we'll continue to support them through their process.
Okay. What's accounting for the slowdown of the process?
Just the response time that we have from
response time on our side?
No,
response side on federal agencies.
Yeah, federal agency.
Okay. I know, one of my schools in Ward 6, Capella Montessori at Logan, for example, has a lot of international educators that have been a very successful part of that. I know we have that across the whole system. So being able to recruit in international educators, I think, is a part, whether it's language, culture, for many reasons. I think there's great ways that we are able to help utilize that. But the slowdown, I think, is resulting in fewer of those educators being in our schools, correct?
Well, not necessarily. I think, it may shift how long individuals can remain here, because I think the bigger concern for me is like the permanent residency process is very complex, and we're finding it is a multi-year process. And I think the other area where we'll have to look at resources, because there is a cost to these strategies, and I know the council has set aside some resources for us. We may ask to have some flexibility how those resources are utilized, but we expect it will continue to be a part of our staffing strategy.
Okay. I know I'm out of time, so I'll try to respect the clock. What I would ask then is, if the numbers of new international educators has remained the same, but it is the tenure, the length of tenure and move towards permanency is what's changing. If you could, through the chair, help give us the better understanding of the numbers, showing us how many people are still coming in versus how long they are able to stay in that road toward permanency.
And to be clear, we just recently moved into the strategy of supporting permanent status. Up until recent years, we haven't done that in the past. But what we're finding is that is likely going to be at least a 6 to 9 year process for those individuals. So it's something that we're having to rethink. But we have about 200 H-1B visa staff members, and again, we don't anticipate that changing.
Okay. All right. I know I'm out of time. So, but if we could follow up through the chair, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, I'm going to go back to the enrollment question I asked earlier, and I would like you to follow up the hearing with a much more in-depth analysis of why the enrollment has dropped. So you've said that it's because of fewer pre-K kids.
Well, that's one of the areas where if we look at grade level analysis, where we're anticipating less students into the system, the earlier grades of where we're seeing trends with less students.
Well, middle schools are, according to this analysis, are down a net of 241. High schools are down a net of 72.
Are you looking at projection to projection?
I'm looking at a table that was given to me that is an analysis of the projection reductions.
Yeah,
This is what I'm asking you to follow
Yeah,
up
I
with.
would follow up because I think it's a little bit misleading if you look at projection to projection because we didn't meet our projection this year. Next year projection is lower, but the actual number of students we anticipate will increase year over year. But we'll break that down. I think we can create a table for you.
And maybe
actual
also
and
break
projected.
it. I'm not sure what I want. Do I want an explanation for every school? No, there are 117 schools. That will drive me crazy.
I think it may be helpful, Chairman, if we can provide you like where we see year over year shifts, and maybe we can highlight some particular grade levels.
Okay, but I'm looking for some specificity, not general statements.
Understood.
And again, what I'm looking at here says adult education, which is part of the numbers, down 110. Early learning, which is 2 schools, down 21. Educational campuses down a net of 124. Elementary schools is the highest, 733, but that's what, pre-K through 5. So
Yeah, I think those are projection to projection numbers. So we want to get you actuals, which I think would be more helpful.
what are you doing to keep contract expenditures under control? As we are getting ready for fiscal year 2027, we don't have room to grow. I'm actually kind of surprised, but pleasantly so, that the mayor's proposed an increase in the UPSFF. So how are you going to keep contract expenditures under control? Security, for example, from FY 25 to 26 went up almost 4 million. Food costs went up went up over 1.5 million. Technology costs went up 2.8, almost 3 million.
I think we're always striving to realize efficiencies with those services. I think it's more challenging, especially if you think about something like food service, where we have more participation in the food service program. And so we don't want to compromise quality in these services. And, I'm reminded when we had one of these hearings, you brought an example of a food tray that you were not happy with. And I think we would all agree that while we're not where we would want to be, we are much better with our food service programs than others. So again, I think we don't want to compromise quality, is what you should hear from me, but we also will continue to look for efficiencies.
Sure, and I am not familiar with the details of that contract, but there might be aspects of that contract that have a cost that we don't need.
Correct.
And not necessarily, and I'm not thinking food, but something in terms of timing requirements or delivery requirements. There might be some savings there.
Okay.
I'm hopefully you're going to go through all your contracts and look at it that way.
And as a part of our rebid process, we do look at every scope of the services to see if there are efficiencies to be realized or where we could lower costs.
I think the other thing, Chairman, too, in terms of just cost comparisons, we often, not often, we always do market research to understand whether or not these costs are competitive. We also, when appropriate, leverage cooperative contracts, which are multi-state or multi-organization contracts, which allow us to leverage economies of scale. I think the reality is our biggest contracts are unit contracts, meaning that like one meal is going to cost you, X dollars. 2 meals is going to cost you 2 times X dollars. And so I think when we see more utilization, whether that's buying technology, buying more meals, we also hear from schools they want more security officers and hours. All of those things add up incrementally. And so I think the other piece of this is like understanding and controlling of usage in a way that makes sense in our environment, but we also recognize that we want kids to eat meals. We want to have secure buildings. We want to have technology that's quality in our buildings and refresh that on a regular basis. And so I think in many cases, it's this balancing act of understanding that, like, how do we control usage and control costs, but also deliver the services we need in our building.
Now, you know, I can't disagree with that statement. It's how you do the balancing and whether it's possible to find some savings there. I want to go back to home and hospital. Dr. Bay, is mental illness a health condition for purposes of home and hospital?
Thank you for the question. It could be. Yes, it could be if a student is receiving medical treatment for it
Could be,
and is unable to attend school as a result.
could be, because was given a note here, DC code 38.251 says it is. We got testimony yesterday. So I'm just going to read from some of it. At each step in the process, DCPS creates hurdles for families that ultimately result in delays or denial of meaningful education access. From the very start, the application process is complicated by DCPS declining to include all relevant forms on their website. DCPS requires families to contact the schools, home and hospital, HHIP, I'm assuming that's home and hospital designee, to acquire the medical provider verification form. However, the home and hospital page on the DCPS website does not provide a list of each school's HHIP designee. So the application process is difficult. Once families complete their applications for home and hospital, DCPS impermissibly second guesses the medical determinations of students' healthcare providers. Often DCPS insists on speaking with the medical provider before making a decision on the student's application. When a school cannot get a hold of the doctor, they either delay their decision or deny the application altogether. In other cases, outright disagreed with the doctor's recommended treatment plan and denied home and hospital instruction on those grounds. What do you say?
Well, I can start. One, all of the forms are on our website, and we also have a guide as well.
So you're saying the testimony is inaccurate?
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. We'll go back and look at it to see if something missing, but that information is posted for the public. There's also a school health and hospital designee at each school that can guide families through the process.
Sure, but the point here was that the parent cannot easily find out who that is.
Yeah, that person is readily available.
Well, are they listed on the DCPS website?
Who the person is at each school?
Yeah, the designee.
No, that information is not listed for each school because that person could shift. As they reach out to the school principal and administration can share who that contact is.
So I have to go to the website, but then I have to go to the school.
You can do everything through the school because there's a health and hospital contact. If you go to the school, my child has this need, who's the health and hospital contact? Can they assist me? That person should be readily available to walk them through the process.
And they're not going to say, well, you have to go to the website?
No.
That's contrary to the testimony. You were going to disagree with more of it?
The process is difficult and, families aren't getting the approval they needed. And I think when it's deemed necessary, they are approved, and 80% of the applications are approved. But there are times where, based on the information that we receive from the health official or doctor that is supporting the family, that health and hospital is not the service that is required. But we don't expect families to be directed to a website, right? And there's also an email address that they can have access to for someone to guide them. We train staff. There's a point of contact at the school. So families should receive all the supports that they need.
In addition to that, there's an appeal process. And so for the small percentage of denials, the contact at the school proactively works with the family to provide additional copies of the guide in addition to what the appeal process is if the parent or caregiver would like to appeal the decision.
So this is other testimony we got. This is based on our interactions with families, we believe that DCPS counsels out or preemptively denies the request for an application of a tremendous percentage of families who are interested in HHI prior to them ever having the opportunity to see, much less complete the evaluation. So that goes at your contention that only 20% are denied. I think the argument here from this witness was that, but there are a lot of folks who don't apply. In the last fiscal year, we worked with approximately 48 families where home and hospital instruction was somehow part of the conversations we had with them. And in 15 of those cases, it was something they mentioned at intake. In very few of those 48 families did the law work as intended. Typically, the parent did not receive the required application in a timely manner, if it was provided at all. In fact, in many cases, the parent receives misleading information about access to HHI, leading them to not apply. For example, that it was not available for students with mental health concerns. It is. That it is only for students in the hospital or recovering from childbirth. It isn't. Or that the student would not qualify. This is especially true for families attempting to navigate HHI and DCPS. What is also alarming is the number of situations where families call us aware that HHI might be a viable option for their family. Of the 48 families we talked to in the last fiscal year about home and hospital instruction, only 15 of them mentioned it at intake. Schools are not making families aware of HHI, so families do not know to ask for it, which is frustrating because the Students' Right to Home and Hospital Instruction Act of 2020 requires families to start the process by asking for HHI, which then requires the school to provide the application in 2 days. This is not sounding at all positive about the program or how DCPS is making it available.
Yeah, I'll reserve my comments on that. I don't think that's an accurate characterization of the process.
If you want, I can have a separate hearing on this and the implementation of the law. I'm not looking to have more hearings, but this is an oversight hearing, and the purpose of this hearing is to discuss performance. And we received testimony from a number of witnesses, but two in particular are very professional organizations that raise concerns and similar concerns that folks aren't knowing to apply, or it's very difficult for them to apply, or they're discouraged from applying.
Yeah, I think we would benefit from more conversations from the advocates who testified. Because
What are you suggesting? That they reach out to you directly, Chancellor, and meet with you?
I'd be open to that. But I think there needs to be more conversation, because what we see as the experience in the process is not aligned to that testimony.
All right, but so the message here is that you would be willing to meet with these organizations.
Sure.
You personally would be willing to meet with these organizations.
That is correct.
All right. Let me just add, I get that DCPS would want to make sure that there's no, I'm going to call it fraud. That might be too strong a word, but if somebody is seeking home and hospital instruction that they're not making up their situation. But this reminds me, DCPS contacting the doctor or disagreeing with the doctor reminds me of complaints that we've heard with regard to health insurers, just generally, not talking DCPS. And my doctor recommends something and becomes a fight with the health insurance company that wants to second guess what my doctor is saying. That doesn't sit very well. All right, but the takeaway is you're willing to meet with them. I want to go back to the H-1 visa. So the council put money in the budget. I want to say it was a couple $100,000. And what I've heard over and over again is that DCPS is not spending that money on the program. Is that correct?
Yes, because we haven't established a new cohort for green cards for permanent residency. But as I shared earlier, I would like to talk to you, Chairman, about the possibility of utilizing those resources potentially for the current 2 cohorts we have, or potentially increasing our investment for H-1B visas. But I don't believe we should be adding another cohort at this time, just given where we are for permanent residency.
So currently there are 2 cohorts.
Correct.
And how many are in each cohort, or what's the total?
The total is approximately 20. And then the total for H-1B visas is approximately 220.
So if there was a 3rd cohort, it would come out of the 220. Or does the 220 include the 2 cohorts?
It could be, yes. You're saying that?
And if you were to create a 3rd cohort, it would come out of the 220.
Correct.
So is the so when I've heard you answer other council members saying that you have H-1 visa individuals, is that number, are those individuals changing each year? In other words, you're bringing some folks in, some folks are leaving?
Yes.
So what's different is these cohorts, which is actually getting them to citizenship.
Well, we haven't.
Or getting them to green cards.
Yeah, we haven't provided support for permanent residency until most recently, right? And so most recently, we established this pilot program that supports people with permanent residency. We currently have 2 cohorts in that process that we're committed to until the end of that process. What we're finding is that process is an extensive multi-year process that requires a lot of time and resources that we anticipate will be at least 6 to 9 years. So given the length of that process and the complexity of that process, we don't believe that we're able to support a 3rd cohort at this time.
So going back to the 220, excluding the individuals who are in cohorts, DCPS is not discontinuing the H-1, I'm going to call it the H-1 visa program.
That is correct. We're not discontinuing that program.
Or I could put that more positively, DCPS is continuing the H-1 visa program.
That is correct. We're continuing the H-1B visa program.
Give me a second here. One of the witnesses yesterday said, this educator came to DCPS with a clear understanding that they would be eligible for an employer-sponsored green card. That wasn't a rumor or an assumption. It was a commitment DCPS made, and it was central to this person's decision to build a life here, buy a home, pay taxes, and dedicate their career to our children. Did DCPS, why would somebody think that DCPS committed that they would support them
I
getting a
think,
green card?
I think individuals heard about the pilot program and assumed that they would also be eligible for that, but there was no commitment made to individual that DCPS is committed or promised them a green card. And we've asked people who have that belief to provide any documentation that supports that belief. And I don't think we've had anyone to provide any documentation supporting that.
So as far as DCPS is concerned, folks, DCPS will help, I think I'll phrase it this way, the DCPS will help employ individuals who come here under the H-1 visa program. And the only promise, if you will, has been the council putting money in for this third cohort. If you can call that a promise.
Well, even with a potential third cohort, again, those resources we are grateful to receive, but that's a multi-year process, which would require multi-years of investment. I believe the best use of those resources at this time is to support the current cohorts we have and or expanding the investment we have in H-1B visas, because schools do incur costs for that. And I think if we were to increase our investment for that, that could lessen the cost that schools would be responsible for.
So the money we budgeted, and I have in my mind 200,000, 236,000. Where is that money right now? It's just sitting in one of your, I'm going to say one of your accounts.
That is correct. We would need your support, Chairman, and council approval to utilize those dollars in the ways that I've suggested.
I have more questions and council members keep coming in here. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always a beautiful thing to watch you work. Mr. Chancellor, it's good to see you and members of your leadership team.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Felder. Good to see you as well.
Absolutely. I'll dive right in. Despite modest improvements in overall academic outcomes, significant achievement gaps persist for special education students and multilingual learners. These gaps disproportionately affect students in Ward 7 and contribute to families seeking educational options outside the ward. My question, Chancellor, is what specific time-bound strategies is DCPS implementing to close achievement gaps for special education students and multilingual learners, and how would these strategies be targeted to schools serving Ward 7 students?
No, thank you for that question. I don't know that I would describe our gains as modest. They've been pretty significant, actually the largest that we've had on record since the pandemic and largest on record for math specifically. Dr. Bay and her team leads our academic strategy, and she could share a little bit more about how we've been focusing on all of our students, but some of the subgroups that you mentioned.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you for the question. First and foremost, when we speak about students that receive specialized instruction, we have an intentional focus and remain with an intentional focus on supporting students in this subgroup. I'm happy to see that students that have IEPs are continuing to progress. whether it is our graduation rate or proficiency in math and ELA, we are seeing students continue to improve. And so we have an increased focus on inclusion with all of our educators, both our special educators as well as our general ed educators, in order to ensure that we are able to support all students, but particularly students that have IEPs. We also are increasing special education educator knowledge of content. So not just what strategies are as it relates to specialized instruction, but also math content, ELA content, and making sure that teachers are equipped with what they need and that we're helping to build their capacity so that they are able to meet the needs, again, of all students. When we think about, I'm really excited about the DCPS Math Center that is located at Ballou High School. We have seen great feedback and great participation from many of the students that are within the feeder pattern for Ballou in order to build mathematics for students within that pathway, as well as teachers and high school students who are leaning in to be tutors at the Math Center. And so I say all that to say we continue to have a laser-like focus on the performance of our subgroups, particularly as it relates to our multilingual learners, as well as our students that have IEPs, and we'll continue that focus into next year, or for the remainder of this year and into next year to make sure that those groups are achieving at high rates.
Thank you for that. Now, science proficiency rates remain among the lowest academic outcomes across DCPS, raising concerns about college readiness and workforce preparation, particularly for students in historically underserved communities. Chancellor, could you speak to what is DCPS' comprehensive plan to improve science proficiencies, and how will the agency prioritize investments and support for Ward 7 schools to ensure students are prepared for STEM programs and career pathways?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you calling out science, and our primary focus has been around math and English language arts. We believe that we can advance science mastery with hands-on learning experiences. And so we equip schools with instructional plans and tools and resources to have those experiences. We also have a new curriculum for middle school science that we're rolling out to, again, incorporate those principles. But as you know, we have to have strong math and literacy skills for students to thrive in science and social studies. So again, that remains to be our primary focus. And then we also see continued expansion of career and technical education program that incorporate science and technology engineering. And we're proud that we offer 29 career and technical education opportunities for certification and pathways that give students a leg up in fields in science if they want to pursue those fields post-graduation.
Now, DCPS has an emphasis on equity as a core priority, yet disparities across student groups and wards persist. My question, Chancellor, for you is, how is DCPS defining and measure success in closing equity gaps citywide, and what performance benchmarks will demonstrate measurable progress specifically for students in Ward 7?
Yeah, we look at our formative assessments that we administer throughout the school year. We also look at our state assessment, DCK, and then we also benchmark ourselves nationally on national assessment, particularly the NAEP results. And what we see, and I shared earlier, we do see we've covered some ground. And one area I would point to is in English language arts. We've been able to close the achievement gap for our Black students. But we know that there's still a lot more work to do, right? And we do this by what we call our multi-tier system of support, which allows us to provide interventions such as high-impact tutoring, which is associated with the Math Center that Dr. Bay mentioned earlier, or other supports that students might need outside of the regular instruction that they get in the classroom that's tier 1 with their teacher. And we continue to invest in those interventions. And sometimes those interventions take place after school, over the summer, But we want to ensure that students get more instructional time where they need it, whether it be in English language arts or math.
Now, DC continues to incur substantial costs related to IDEA settlements and special education litigations, which may indicate system service delivery challenges. Could you speak to what steps has DCPS taken to reduce IDEA-related litigation and settlement costs, and how is the agency addressing root cause of non-compliance to improve services for families in Ward 7?
So we have seen those costs decrease, and the root cause strategy is to ensure that instruction and service delivery is strong, right? We want that to be high quality and no questions about that delivery. But we've also taken steps to limit the cost by offering resolutions through mediation so that it doesn't extend out to a costly legal battle around services. And we continue to partner with OSSI and other partners to ensure that when mediation is a possibility, that we leverage that resource as a way to address the concerns from the family that they have about the services that are supposed to be delivered.
Now, families frequently raise concerns regarding timely evaluations, IEP implementations, and service consistency, particularly in high-needed communities. Mr. Chancellor, could you speak to what systematic changes has DCPS implemented to improve special education compliance, ensure timely service deliveries, and increase family confidence in Ward 7 schools?
Yeah, I think when there are gaps in service delivery, it is often a vacancy or a provider is not able to provide the service because they're also experiencing a staffing challenge. So one strategy that I think is proven to be a potential solution for us that we've invested in Ward 7 and across the city is incentivizing hiring for hard to fill positions that are associated with special education services. And we've seen lower vacancy rates for many of those hard to fill positions. And it's a strategy that we'll continue to hold to. And then we've also increased the recruitment strategies and the development strategies for our special education educators so that not only we can retain them, but also attract more of them to the district.
Now, DCPS has indicated challenges implementing the Schools First and Budgeting Act, which creates uncertainty for schools and communities during the budget process. Could you speak to what specific actions is DCPS taken to improve budget transparency and predictability for school communities, and how will these improvements ensure equitable and sustained funding for Ward 7 schools?
Yeah, so we've collaborated with the chairman and the budget team to implement the spirit of the Schools First and Budgeting legislation. And I believe that given the current school year and the School First and Budgeting check, we have been closer than ever in terms of what's expected. We anticipate that will be true going into school year 26-27. And we will continue the school sustainability fund that we've created to ensure that schools have the appropriate staff for their student population year over year, which is the spirit of the legislation.
Thank you for that. Now, multiple audit findings have identified operational and internal control concerns requiring corrective action. Chancellor, could you speak to what internal control implementations, or rather, what internal control improvements has DCPS implemented in response to audit findings, and how is the agency monitoring compliance to prevent future operational deficiencies?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, first and foremost, we're committed to making sure that we're good stewards of government funds, and have always had that at top of our list. We work very closely with our auditing bodies, both the DC auditor, the OIG, to make sure that we're fully compliant with their auditing process and take their feedback and recommendations to heart and really think about how that we come into compliance with their recommendations. But more importantly, we're thinking about how that we're proactive in terms of developing systems and structures and processes to make sure that we're addressing those operational concerns. We work very closely. We have an internal audit component that's also doing routine audit, but more importantly, making sure that we have really defined the processes and procedures in which that we allocate resources and purchase resources and do hiring activities and make changes in hiring activities, and making sure that they're supporting data to back up all of those actions. I think many times, right, we have a very large system and we're trying to make sure that we are moving fast to be able to hire fast, but making sure that we're intentional with the documentation to ensure that we can document all of our processes so that under audit, we're able to defend the decisions that we made.
Thank you for that. Staff stability is critical to school performance, yet DCPS reported significant employee separations, which may disproportionately affect high school needs. Could you speak to what factors are driving employee separation and what targeted strategies is DCPS using to improve recruitment and retention in Ward 7 schools?
Yeah, we believe those numbers have been relatively steady, but it's important to note that we have the highest teacher retention rate this year that we've had in years, and that we continue to retain more of our teachers at their current school and within DCPS as well. So we believe we've had the right strategies for creating the working condition and the professional learning experiences that will keep teachers in DCPS and hopefully at their same schools for years to come.
Now, a significant number of Ward 7 youth travel across the city to attend school, as you are aware, creating transportation burdens, weakening neighborhood school enrollment, and rising equity concerns. My question, Chancellor, is what is DCPS's strategy to reduce crosstown student travel and ensure that Ward 7 students have access to high quality middle and high school options within their own communities?
I think information for families. I think sometimes families make decisions about schools without an opportunity to visit the school or hear from the principals. So we've asked our principals to elevate their outreach to families, and then also the work we do with feeder patterns to ensure that families understand if you attend this elementary school, the connective tissue between that elementary school, their feeder middle school and high school, so that they see that as a predictable, high quality option for their child. But sometimes there is programming that students have interest in that may be outside their ward, and we continue to think about ways that we can add those elements to the current offerings that are in their community.
Now, thank you for that. Speaking of feeder patterns, unclear or weak feeder pathways from elementary to middle school and high school contribute to enrollment loss and school instability in Ward 7. Chancellor, could you speak to how is DCPS strengthening feeder patterns, academic pathways, and programs for Ward 7 students from elementary school through high school?
Yeah, again, I think it's that connective tissue with principals providing experiences. For example, you might have a group of fifth graders or fourth graders that are going to go visit and spend time with the staff and school community at their feeder middle school. Same to be true for the transition from middle school to high school. The good news is we do see more capture rate from elementary, middle, and middle to high across DCPS. And some of that is true in Ward 7 as well. I think you've got some flagship schools. I think about the progress we were highlighting Kimball Elementary School earlier. I think when families see that their elementary school is off to a strong start, they feel good about what's ahead in terms of their middle school and high school experience as well.
And then my final question, I do want to be mindful of the chairman's time. Families often leave neighborhood schools to access specialized programs, advanced work, coursework, and or other pathways, career pathways to be exact. Could you speak to what specialized academic programs, career pathways, or enrichment opportunities will DCPS expand in Ward 7 specifically to retain students and improve educational outcomes?
So I would point to career and technical education. I think those are places where we've seen greater alignment with student interests. And I think when student interest aligns to programming, students are more successful and they're stronger with their attendance and also their grades and promotion. And so I think the big emphasis for us, particularly in Ward 7, has been with career and technical education and then also pathways. I think you have, again, another spotlight in Woodson High School that's been nationally recognized for their family engagement and also their opportunities for students to earn dual enrollment credit. For example, students can earn college credit, but they also have career and technical education pathways that are aligned to student interests. And I think Principal Massey and his team have done a great job soliciting feedback from students and families about the career and technical education programs that they want in their school community. And they've been adding those programs as they've gotten feedback from their students and parents and families and caregivers. Again, Ron Brown will be another one I can give you examples. So I think you got some really strong examples of the types of pathways that I mentioned earlier, and also students earning more college credit in high school.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chancellor. Mr. Chairman?
You should know that Ward 7 teacher retention increased significantly from 79.6% to 83.4%. So more of your teachers are staying in our district.
I love it. Ward 7 is the place to be.
Thank you.
Unless you're elected at large, and then we say the district is the place to be. Thank you, Councilmember. After our special education hearing last fall, you shared a document that highlighted 4 goals for improvement in the provision of special education. Looks something like this, if you can see it from where you are. I'm not going to ask you to read it.
I can't see it, but yes.
Highlighted 4 goals: develop educator expertise and shift mindsets, strengthen inclusive practices and least restrictive environment, parent education and engagement, and focus year 1 and year 2, increase inclusion in early childhood space. How will you know you've succeeded with something like, quote, parent engagement, unquote, or, quote, shifting mindsets, unquote? Shouldn't you have quantifiable measures?
We ask families to participate in perception data that we collect, but we also have focus groups where we gather information from families. And so we'll continue to use that information to, understand the felt experiences. We also look at the number of, complaints or concerns that we are receiving as well as an indicator of satisfaction.
Well, looking at complaints is quantifiable, but my question is, shouldn't you have quantifiable measures?
Yeah, I think mindset is difficult one to measure in a quantitative fashion.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so I think we would just have to continue to rely on those tools that I mentioned earlier.
Somehow that still doesn't answer the question. Shouldn't you have quantifiable measures? So I'm reminded a couple of years ago, I did a leadership seminar with the National Conference of State Legislatures. We were each of us was asked to pick a policy issue and then state a goal. And we were told, emphasized, we had to have a quantifiable measure for that goal. So that's where I'm going here, is that, well, I think this looks good, but it doesn't.
Quantifiable measures are around student achievement. I mean, there are student outcomes that we measure that are more quantitative, but because a particular priority is not quantitative in nature, I don't believe that means, we don't prioritize that work.
Well, maybe I won't keep going back and forth, but I think that a good plan should include quantifiable goals along with, no, quantifiable goals with each priority. So let me ask you this. In school year 22-23, Washington DC had more due process complaints than all of Washington State, despite having about 10% of the students that Washington State has. We know that DCPS is responsible for a majority of these complaints. So let me see, the numbers are, the state of Washington had 190 complaints, due process complaints for the entire state. We had 229. And our student population is about 10% of Washington State's student population. And DCPS was responsible for 174 of the 229 due process complaints. How can DCPS work toward reducing due process complaints and promoting mediation as a constructive solution?
Well, as I shared earlier, I mean, I think service delivery is certainly one way, ensuring that that's high quality, and there's minimal gaps in services. I think when we hear concerns or complaints, we typically see some elements of gap in service. And I think sometimes that is provider related, but also maybe staffing challenges. And so I shared earlier some of our work to minimize vacancies. I think the other strategy is early engagement with families when we hear that there are concerns, or proactive engagement with families to ensure that service delivery is strong. And then have as much conversation as we can to mediate and develop solutions when those concerns are ongoing.
So I'm guessing that the answer you just gave is similar to the answer of last year and the year before and the year before that. And I haven't seen significant improvement with regard to the litigation around special education. My question had two parts to it, but actually the two parts could be one. How can DCPS work toward reducing due process complaints and promoting mediation as a constructive solution? So DCPS has not emphasized mediation. And I say that because the number of cases that have been gone to mediation is a fraction of the number that have gone to due process.
Well,
maybe I'll go to my next question.
yeah, but
which
as
one?
we talked about before, I mean, both parties have to agree to mediation, and it's something that we are open to. So there aren't many situations where we don't want to mediate. We are extremely open to mediation. I want to emphasize that, extremely open to mediation. But the other party has to have the same interest. And we've increased our mediation requests. And if you look at the due process numbers over time, over the past 10 years, we've decreased that number by 80%. And so I think that represents that we've been committed to addressing this issue and that we've made some progress. Now, we still have some ways to go, but we've made some progress.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. So I am crossing years here. You had 229 due process complaints in school year 22-23. Last year, well, this is a little confusing, but let's see. My note here says in your pre-hearing responses, DCPS suggested they increase their requests for mediation from 5 to 30. Okay, so from 5 to 30 is a 600% increase?
Pretty significant. So in my
But
numbers,
30 compared to 229 is like still fractional.
yeah, in my numbers, if you look at school year 24-25 compared to 2026, mediation requested increased from 13 to 36. Requested by DCPS increased from 5 to 30. And parent requests actually decreased from 7 to 2. And again, a significant amount of time when we attempt to mediate or we request to mediate is rejected.
Yeah, but you're overlooking 30 is still a fraction of if the total number is somewhere around 229. And I don't have more information in front of me, but I don't think it's so simple as the lawyer for a parent can tell the judge, well, we refuse mediation. I don't think that's so simple. Massachusetts has a clear goal to increase mediations and decrease due process complaints, which they frame in terms of a question. Quote, does the dispute resolution system result in settlement and mediation agreements, unquote? Should DCPS adopt a goal like that?
Yeah, we have proposed some options to IC, and I don't think they've been in agreement with what we have proposed to date. But we'll continue to have conversation with them, but I remain open to any avenue that maximizes mediation.
Well, I don't think that's what your lawyers or what the special ed folks are doing. I don't think they're as open to it. So another measure, another metric that we could look at is how much you're spending in legal fees and compensatory relief. And it's still several $1,000,000 a year, right? Actually, I think my note here is compensatory relief, 2.4 million. That's not the cost of your attorneys, which I think is higher.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the fees, when OAG represents us, a lot of those are resolved in settlements.
Yes, and you have to pay for the child's lawyer.
Yeah.
Which
But I
is
mean,
kinda
I
like
think if
me-
you look at just raw total complaints in terms of due process last year, we were at 191. This year, we're currently at 94.
Kind of would like the year-to-date comparison. You may not have that in front of you.
Yeah, let me check. I'll see if we can get that. Is that year to date?
So I recall testimony from the hearing in the fall, this past fall about special education and the year before, that the district's approach toward special education is if the kids' parents know and have the resources and the access to attorneys that they can, through due process, get special education, or let me put it this way, sue, and the DCPS by far more times than not loses. And it could just simply have provided the special education and not gone through the due process. And where this is economical to DCPS is that all the parents who don't have the wherewithal to understand that they can get attorneys to sue to get special education. Yes, there was a lot of editorializing in what I just said, but that's clearly what we hear over and over and over from folks. And there's been litigation around this, I think class action, and maybe
I think if you look at the year-to-date trends, I think you would still see a decrease year over year. But as I started, like I agree. I think ensuring that the quality of service and there's minimal gaps in service is strategy number one, right? Along with regular engagement and relationship building with families, but we still have to continue to ensure that experience is strong. But I believe we're on the right trajectory, and I think once we get to the end of the school year, the number of complaints will be less than and potentially significantly less than what we've seen the year before.
I'm going to want to look at this as part of the budget process and definitely consider whether reducing your legal resources would be a strategy to force you to force DCPS to do more mediation, or to just simply provide the
Again, we're open
special
with,
education
we're
services.
open to mediation. DCPS mediation is something that we welcome, but it has to be agreed to by the other party.
Changing the subject, what aspects of the connected school model contributes to its success?
I mean, I think there are many elements, but I think the primary spirit of model that supports the family over time, in addition to the student interventions, is, I think, what's really helpful. And the way that the school's manager is in tune to those needs also is very beneficial. But I think that deep connection to the school community, understanding both the academic and non-academic needs of students and their families, has been a strong approach to improving not only the academic outcomes, but other outcomes such as attendance or discipline for students. And schools that implement the strategy well have been very pleased with it. When we solicit feedback, it's an area where we often get positive feedback.
So some schools,
And I also think, just to put a final point on this, it's almost representative of like the case manage approach that we've talked about with in the past with like CFSA referrals and attendance issues, that you really get deep into what the needs are for the student and the family.
so some schools have, I guess you would call it a program manager or coordinator in the school. But I think another approach is to have a office at DCPS Central that provides this, or maybe there's both
All connected schools have a connected schools manager
in the school.
in the school. We have a central services team that provides coaching and support to those managers, but every manager is present and at a school in order for them to have the model.
And is it sufficient for it to be one person?
Yes, that's the model.
And what do connected schools cost DCPS on a per school basis?
We'll have to check and get the cost. I think the primary cost would be that FTE, and there's probably some additional other resources. So I would say in the range of about $200,000.
Home visits are an effective way to build family engagement and improve attendance, that is, reduce absenteeism. You agree with that?
It is one way.
It was a yes or no question I gave you. In 23-24, DCPS schools conducted 6,967 home visits. Last year, they conducted 3,719. That's a reduction of about 3,000. What happened?
Well, I think a couple of factors. We've seen the appetite for home visits shift a bit coming out of the pandemic. Secondly, a lot of the additional supports for compensation for home visits was supported centrally. And as you know, our central budget has been decreasing. And so we have less dollars to invest in providing that additional compensation.
What does that mean that the appetite shifted coming out of the pandemic?
You know, less people felt comfortable with, you know, members outside of their household in their home or
After the pandemic or
After the
because of the pandemic?
I think the pandemic was a factor, but I think after the pandemic, that mindset somewhat continued.
But this drop of, I'm going to say 40% was between school year 23-24 and school year 24-25. So that's already out, coming out of we're out of the pandemic.
Yeah, I think for those 2 years, I would double check, but I think there was less funding. That would primarily be a funding issue that we were able to provide for the additional compensation for the home visits.
So the way it
But
works
yeah.
is that,
Sorry.
the way it works is when an educator at a school does a home visit, that DCPS Central pays for that?
Correct.
So I get that there's a funding shortfall, but maybe I don't want to say shortfall, that funding can be an issue, but attendance is a priority. And this is a proven way of improving attendance.
I mean, I think those are tough choices that we've had to make, and you know, there's some trade-offs. I mean, we have prioritized funding for schools and staffing, and you know, that's the same priority that you'll see reflected in fiscal year 27. But there also are reduced central services resources that will likely come out of this budget process as well.
I have a full page question here on reading curriculum, but other members have asked about it. I have to say though that we've heard from a number of folks that the value of reading full texts, context, character development, and many other elements can't be properly understood without examining a full text. Developing literary stamina has also a value. Just throwing that in there. I guess there was not a question.
I think reading full text is valuable. I think having diversity of text is valuable. And I think that's the way schools approach English language arts instruction.
So we got testimony yesterday from the Washington Urban Debate League. There were 3 points I wanted to bring up here. The relationship between DCPS and DGS remains a pressure point. Facility use is stretched across several agencies that don't coordinate, but are both required to sign off. And the idea that DCPS buildings are public spaces rentable through DGS is often a theory, not a reality. Schools have planned to receive us and rolled out almost a literal red carpet only for delays and transfer issues of DGS paperwork to kneecap the event at the last moment. I'll resolve the tension. Either let us negotiate directly with the school leadership or have it purely go through DGS like a proper public service. But the half measure creates a mess. How do you respond?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So it is somewhat of a complicated process to use our buildings in terms of the fact that there's a number of sign-offs. Most importantly, there's paperwork that DGS moves through the system to make sure that the schools actually support that use. And so we do have periods in which that we do send paperwork over to the schools and they submit that paperwork. I haven't heard of the specific challenges that you mentioned. It has been topic of conversation between us and DGS in recent months about how that we can continue to streamline this process and have better tracking and visibility into the process. So I haven't heard that specific complaint, but the principal does have to sign off and DGS does have to sign off on those building use agreements.
So you said there are discussions to try to improve this. That by itself doesn't give me enough confidence. It's like maybe this isn't a high enough priority, but it really ought to be focusing on what is necessary and how do we cut through all the rest of the steps that somebody like the Washington Urban Debate League have to go through.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's steps in this process here. I think more importantly, what I think sometimes is a misconception of the public is that schools are just able to be rented at will and sort of, the next day. I think the reality is that, we have to make sure that there's a custodians there and the custodians can support that, and that there's funding and the funding gets signed off on. And then the other piece of this is we also want to make sure folks that are using our buildings actually have the insurance, so that if there is damage to the building, and all of that takes time. And so we're thinking about how that we can do that efficiently. The reality is, like, if you want to rent a school building tomorrow, it's not going to happen, because like there's time in which that takes to make sure that you're compliant with all of the rules that we have.
This testimony comes from the Washington Urban Debate League. They're a frequent user.
Sure.
So you know whether they have insurance. And when I say you, I don't necessarily mean you, Dr. Ashley, but they've already been through this. They know what they have to provide. And you already know what they have, like insurance.
Yeah.
Part of what I read to you was schools have planned to receive us and rolled out almost a literal red carpet only for delays and transfer issues of DGS paperwork to kneecap the event at the last moment.
Happy to follow up with them. I'm not aware of that specific issue, but I'm happy to have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I think there was some issues with their ability to provide the appropriate chaperone staff and supervision. But we can dig into it a little bit more, but we're committed to working with partners who want to provide expanded programming for our students.
And this is programming for your students.
It is. And we, as I shared earlier, we know the value of these extracurricular activities, but there are requirements that we have of those partners that they must meet in order to provide those services.
So could you just follow up, maybe not in the next week, but what you all are doing to follow up with the Washington Urban Debate League and
Yes. Yep.
making this easier for them?
Yeah, we'll do. We'll
And
add
maybe
that to our
from-
follow-up.
And maybe from that comes some lessons learned to help others. A second point they made was many organizations are asked to submit data for program evaluation and coverage. We would like to encourage the entities involved, however, to use a single database. Right now, Connected Schools, Learn24, and the Partnerships Office all want the same or similar data from us, but we have to upload it 3 different places. A central tool accessible by multiple agencies would let us put more time into programming instead of paperwork. Is that possible?
It may be. First I've heard that request. We can explore that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why the Connected Schools would be asking.
Well, you're going to talk to them about facility use. You can ask
Yeah.
them. And if you're really nice, maybe we'll.
So
share
this,
with you a
again,
copy
this
of
is
statement.
this again is the Washington Urban Debate
Yes.
League? Okay, thank you.
They also had a comment about the MOST portal. I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that's after school time. That's operated by the DME.
So if I bring up to you the comments about it's not working, you're the wrong person.
That is correct.
If you would like a copy of the statement, we can give you a copy. That was from the Washington Urban.
My team is noting that you haven't referenced the complimentary comments that the Washington Urban Debate League made about DCPS. I just want to make sure that if that is accurate, that you share that as well, please, sir.
Well, the record will note that you've noted that. But do you see
We value them. In all seriousness, we do value them as a
the
partner.
way this works is that I listen to the testimony and I read the testimony and I go through it all and then I get stuck. And I get stuck on the facility use paragraph. So that's why I didn't reference
You
them.
forgot the other. I got it. But we do, in all seriousness, we do value them as a partner.
We had testimony with regard to we had testimony from a witness with regard to chemicals for cleaning in the buildings. You should have some awareness of this because I wrote you last fall and you wrote back.
We do.
And the main point was, and I'm reading from the testimony, Chairman Mendelson, Chancellor Farabee responded to your letter that DCPS is developing a list of approved cleaners and schools will be able to procure only those products once implemented. Notably, he provided no time frame. Meanwhile, children are exposed to these chemicals every day. DCPS has been promising to provide a list of safe chemicals to schools for over 5 years. Cynthia Ruiz assured me that it would happen in 2020. That's how she gets to 5 years. And I did look at the letter you sent me, and it's positive. DCPS, DOEE, and OCP are collaborating to establish a list of environmentally preferable products. Once this list is established, DCPS will contract with one or more vendors, et cetera. So what is the timeline?
Yeah, thanks for that. So one, we've done a lot of engagement here, making sure that we're talking with DOEE. We've also spent some time talking to San Francisco, who's a leader in this space, and understanding what products are being used in our schools. As you know, we operate 117 schools, 130 school buildings that have a variety of different needs and different materials that need to be cleaned. And so we've spent some time compiling the list of chemicals or cleaning products that would need to be utilized. And so what we're working on now is developing a contract, which we would exclusively require schools to purchase cleaning products off of. So we anticipate that that will go out for solicitation in the near future, and that we'll be able to start implementing that, piloting at one of our schools, and then fully rolling this out for the next school year, where schools would only be able to buy cleaning products off of an approved list.
So I was going to say near future, what does that mean? But I heard you say you're hoping that this would be system-wide next school year, meaning 26, 27.
That's correct.
That sounds great. Um, um, 10 days of testing is a lot of testing. You say that you've eliminated 10 days of testing?
You mean, yeah, that was with the RCTs.
Yes. I mean, that just speaks to how much time was spent with testing, if it was 10 days. Nonetheless, we got this testimony yesterday. RCTs alone do not align with our curriculum. Each time we have a math RCT, the deadline for administering it is prior to the completion of the corresponding module we are learning in class. There were so many complaints district-wide for the third math RCT that the district postponed the test from December to January to adjust the items on the test to actually align with both the curriculum and the date of the corresponding unit completion. We've had multiple items on several RCTs that do not align with the units. This very complaint was brought up by teachers from other schools during our most recent in-person professional development in math. Why are we forcing students to take assessments on problems they have not learned how to solve? These are not helpful assessments that drive instruction. These are time-wasting tasks that take from high-quality teaching and learning that truly prepare students for the next grade. So I guess the thrust there is not how many tests, but rather that these tests are not aligning with what is being taught.
Thank you for the question and for the testimony. We continue to vet and look at our RCTs and collaborate with our teachers around alignment and the quality of the RCTs. Sometimes we find that pacing in the classroom may contribute to why students may not be ready for a particular RCT at a particular time. And we work with teachers and instructors in order to make accommodations. There was an issue with the second grade RCT that was a one-off. That is atypical, but if there is an issue, we work with teachers in order to address that issue to ensure that the RCT is meaningful. And the intent behind it is for teachers to be able to understand where students are, to be able to plan moving forward.
So how does a one-off on second grade RCT happen?
So when I say one-off, meaning it was determined that there was some alignment issues with that particular RCT. And so we worked quickly to address that particular RCT.
Yeah, but my question is, how did that happen? So doesn't anybody ask that question? Why are we pressing for an RCT when it's premature?
Yeah, it was an error in that particular case. Like I said, it was atypical. It was an error. We do have systems and structures in place to allow us to continue to look at the RCTs to ensure that they are aligned to where teachers are within the curriculum. But in the event when an error occurs, we own that and we make the modifications that we need to make in order to address it.
So the question I ask, and you don't have to answer it again, I'm not trying this a third time on you, but the question that I ask is when something goes wrong, why did it go wrong? Did somebody just goof, or was there something management-wise that could have prevented this mistake? I appreciate that you said, Dr. Bay, that you own the error, DCPS owns the error, but if I said error shouldn't happen, that sounds a little bit too idealistic. But on the other hand, this had consequences in a school or maybe multiple schools. And, it's like an after action. How did this happen and how do we make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, well, this was a reflection. This particular RCT was a math RCT, and it's a reflection of EM Square. We're in our first year of full implementation of EM Square. And so, again, when there's an error, we own it and we address it, but we don't anticipate that this will be a reoccurrence.
I'm actually near the end of my list, council member. There was also testimony yesterday. This kind of surprised me with regard to the stormwater maintenance program. There are 15 green stormwater infrastructure assets located on DC school sites. Now, this is not exactly an education question. It's a DCPS facility question. Schools like Ballou, Simon, Hart, Excel Academy, as I said, there are 15. These installations are not decorative landscaping. They are engineered infrastructure and capital investments designed to reduce pollution and help the district meet its Federal Clean Water Act obligations under the MS4 permit. I don't know that it's a DCPS responsibility, but it is DCPS facilities. And apparently these facilities, these green stormwater infrastructure systems need to be maintained or they fall into disrepair and then it's more costly. So I want to say, what are you doing about it? That's as if it's your responsibility. But so I guess I mean it in terms of getting the appropriate agencies to take care of your facilities. Looks like Dr. Ashley wants to take this one.
I'm happy to. So DOEE is actually responsible for all GSI for district-owned properties. And so they currently are, they'll continue to be. We have followed up with DGS and just to make sure we have a good understanding of that. Obviously, DGS has primary maintenance responsibility of all of our properties. And so we work very closely with them to make sure that all of those steps are being taken care of.
So is it DGS or DOEE?
DOEE has responsibility for all GSI of district-owned properties. So DGS has overall maintenance responsibility. So we talk with DGS to make sure that they're coordinating with DOEE. We don't coordinate directly with DOEE about that.
Do you have anything in place to sort of pay attention to what's going on with these 15 schools so that if DGS is slipping through the cracks?
To be quite honest, like we don't possess the expertise to understand the maintenance of what GSI is. And so we do work with our partners at DGS and DOE, but we'll continue to follow up and make sure that we're understanding with the work that they're doing.
I'm going to focus on you'll follow up with DGS.
Sure. Yeah.
My last question is maybe the longest, and it has to do with Chisholm and Whittier. So the folks there at both schools are pretty upset. Now, I know other council members asked you about this. Looking at one statement, DCPS has said demolishing the outdated portions of the building, particularly the old gym, would, quote, cost significantly more, unquote, yet no estimate or cost comparison has been shared publicly. Demolition has not been meaningfully evaluated, and DCPS refuses to explore demolition. There's probably more in this testimony. At the least, it's a communication issue. Not that I want to get involved in trying to second guess what the modernization plans are, but it is true that whatever you do with the modernization is going to be fixed for a long time. I did get to look at a 27-page email last night, which had pictures of, for instance, John Eaton and Murch, and maybe those were the only two other schools. And I would say at the least the community's owed a better explanation. But I was an Eaton parent, and I think I was an Eaton parent before that modernization. But it all worked. You know, I think it was the gym that was torn down and replaced with a larger structure which met the school's needs. So there've been a couple issues here. I say that because Chancellor, you and I talked about this maybe a couple of weeks ago. I brought it up because what I was hearing was that the parents were being told that this was a historic preservation issue. You've made it clear it's not a historic preservation issue. I think it's pretty clear it's not a historic preservation issue. Even if it was historic preservation, the government has the ability to still do modernization. I mean, I have extensive testimony with regard to Whittier about how their program requires a larger space than what DCPS is programming. Help me.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think, with regards to Chisholm, it's not quite 27 pages, but we sent a 6-page letter to Councilmember Allen that talked very specifically about this issue, provided cost estimates. That's been shared with the community. It's posted on our DCPS facilities website. I just took a look. It's there right now.
When did you send the letter?
That letter was dated October 21st, 2025. And so we've had extensive engagement about this. I think, as we talked about with Councilmember Allen when he was here, we can accomplish everything that we need to at that site without tearing down that building. And so as we talked about also at the PACE hearing, we don't tear down buildings just to tear down buildings.
Sure.
We want to make sure that we're able to meet the needs, also be good fiscal stewards of that. And so we don't have a concern with being able to accomplish what we want to at Chisholm. We don't have a concern with being able to accomplish what's needed to be done at Whittier either. There's no historic preservation issues at either of those sites. And both of those sites have the space to be able to accomplish everything with it, which is in the ed spec as it is today.
So your testimony is, just to pick up on that last point, that where your plans are meet the ed specs.
Correct. And we work collaboratively, right? So again, as we balance equity, ed specs are our guiding principles about how much space is needed. There are a lot of school communities that, have, and I think we talked about this here, is there's a lot of communities that want certain features. And so we have to work within the budget constraints. And that's part of the reasons that we use ed specs to be able to understand what our budget is when we're doing capital development plans. We can meet all of those requirements within the site that's at Chisholm and the site that's at Whittier.
Well, let me say this about budget, because you just brought up budget, staying within your budget. I do not like modernizations that cost a lot when they don't need to cost a lot. When I hear a per square foot figure that's far above anywhere else, that bothers me. When I think about Duke Ellington, and I also was a Duke Ellington parent, it bothers me how much we spent. On the other hand, the budget should not dictate the programmatic needs. If the school has a population of, let's say, 400, and 400 need a library and a gym and an auditorium and this and so many classrooms, that's what it needs. And then the budget fits that.
Yep.
So when you say working within the budget,
Yep.
I hope it's not the budget controlling the program, but rather the program being what the school needs.
Yep. Yeah, so ed spec drives budget, right? And so we don't let budget be the primary driving factor. We also balance all of this within the timeline that we have to construct buildings. And so we don't tear down buildings just to tear down buildings. If we needed to tear down this building, right, to meet the needs of this program, we would tear down this building, right? But the reality is, like, we don't need to spend this money to meet the goals that we have for this school.
So Chisholm, you had a detailed letter.
Correct.
What about Whittier?
Whittier, I believe we've done some engagement. I don't have that one in front of me. Let me find Whittier. We also have sent some letters, and those, I believe, are also, we've got a letter to the community, December 2025, September 2025, March of 2025, where we've addressed some of these issues. We also address these as part of the SITs, where we talk about these with the school community that's focused on the improvement of the facility.
Okay, so does DCPS have a plan for how to deal with the still unhappy parents?
I mean, I think, you know, we continue to meet with the community, especially the SIT, to be able to explain, you know, the building, incorporating their feedback when we can. And so, you know, specifically, you know, I don't know what a plan would look like in terms of, there are some folks that are never going to be fully satisfied with these buildings. We believe that it meets the requirements of this building, and that the school community generally largely is overall pleased with the building that we're going to build.
So who's meeting? Who's meeting with them? Is it the contractor, or, and I could actually phrase that a little differently, because I think the reason why I heard complaints about historic preservation being the obstacle was because whoever was meeting with the community was saying that, which says to me somebody who was like either didn't know what they were talking about or was just throwing out arguments that weren't necessarily correct.
Yeah, I think at Chisholm specifically, I think some things got misconstrued by some of the comments that were made in meetings and outside of meetings. But when we do these meetings with communities, we've got DCPS staff, we've got DGS staff that are there, we've got the architect that was there. Sometimes the ANCs are there as well. Council member Allen attended one specifically on the Chisholm issue as well. And so, like, we are engaging with the community, and the folks that are doing the design are actually the ones that are presenting this work.
And so the folks from DCPS are hands-on, knowledgeable, and in a position of, in the
Correct.
appropriate position to speak about it.
Absolutely. And we're you know as and we're very proud of this, the number of modernizations that we do. The DCPS staff and the DGS staff are cycling on and off modernizations, and so these aren't folks that are new to the process. They've supported multiple modernizations. They're very familiar with what we can and can't do. And I think the overall theme here is we really work with school communities, and we try to actually be able to do everything that the school community wants within the ed spec, right? Within you know, the overall goals of the program, while balancing you know, all of the resource constraints that we have.
So this came up yesterday. Why is Brent getting completely rebuilt and Chisholm isn't?
Yeah, it's great question. Brent is a very landlocked space. You've been to Brent, and doesn't have a large parcel of land. The building itself, as it was built, is very inefficient in the way in which that it uses space. And so it's just not feasible. And so this is a perfect example of where we can't accomplish our goals based on the structure that is there. And so we do need to tear that down. The design of Chisholm is very different in the fact that we can reuse a lot of that space. It's very much shaped as rectangles that we can redivide up. And so we can use that space more efficiently.
I'll add to your answer that Brent, I believe, is a composite of 3 different structures.
Exactly. Like that contributes to the inefficiency of the space, right? It is, we couldn't repurpose that in a way that meets our ed specs. So, things wouldn't be designed in a way that supports the new modern classrooms.
Councilmember Parker.
It's been a long day. So I'm going to be as quick as possible, and this would be my final round. I did want to come to test.
The last round was your final round.
Yes, and I think I may be in a different place than the chairman here. I think having a coherent assessment strategy is important for a system. Last year, I believe there was back and forth about having to cut an assessment. I believe ANET was one of those interim assessments that was cut. What assessments are provided to schools or required of schools now?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in terms of our formative assessments, we utilize iReady and MAP for beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. And so those are the ones that are most prolific in terms of what we look at.
Is it your position that they are sufficient, or is this the result of a forced cut? In other words, if you had your way, would you like more assessments or different assessments?
Well, I think we found a balance to the feedback. I do want to reiterate the importance of the RCT. So you may have been present for that conversation where, someone highlighted an error that I believe we addressed before the assessment were actually administered.
An alignment error.
Yeah, alignment error. And there will be time we'll have human error because they are developed internally. But I do think that is another important measure because that is oftentimes a paper pencil task that students are asked to complete to show mastery. And so I think having the right diversity, we still rely on DIBELS for our earliest learners as well as another assessment tool. But to your question, there are schools that were very disappointed in value ANET and had decided to make investments in ANET. So I think if we see more schools making school investments in ANET, I do think we would have to rethink that because once you got a handful of schools purchasing it, you're losing the economy of scale of having a district contract.
And again, I know I value the perspective of teachers, but school leaders and system leaders also need information. And those assessments provide a lens into what's happening from classroom to classroom. So again,
and right now we have about 5 to 10 schools purchasing ANET on their own who say, hey, like if the district's not supporting this, I want it. I think if that number grows to a critical mass, we should rethink that.
Understood. I did want to come back to something when we were talking about special education. I received a note. I believe your response was you are focused on strengthening inclusion practices. And I'm paraphrasing here, but the argument from an educator is that they are being forced to rewrite IEPs. And DCPS doesn't want to offer self-contained classrooms and pullouts, even though they're mandated by some IEPs, all but generally doesn't exist. Can you just speak to this assertion that teachers are being tasked with rewriting IEPs, given our earlier discussion around non-special education educators not being sufficiently equipped to support all students?
Yeah, we don't ask educators or teams to rewrite IEPs, right? And so once an IEP team decision is made, and I'm quite sure if your classroom experience, you know that that's a team process, right? And we
Yeah.
come together and make decision what's included in the IEP, and then there are regular evaluations of the IEP of whether the student's
So,
meeting
not
his
to
or her
interrupt, but
goals.
my clock is ticking. I'm
Mhm.
going to just read this part. There have been repeated insinuations that student IEP should be amended to reflect full-time inclusion, except in very rare cases where a student might qualify for a full-time self-contained placement.
Yeah, I don't know the details on that claim, but it could be true that a student's least restrictive environment could be a more inclusive environment than self-contained. And self-contained really should be the last resort because again, that's not the least restrictive environment. And so inclusion is a strong approach with those principles in mind. But again, I don't know the context between.
And let me
behind
ask it this way. Who in central office would be able to assess practices across your many different campuses to ensure that teachers aren't being pressured to adapt IEPs and not fully give students what they are entitled to?
Yeah, so we have a specialized instruction team that supports schools, and they would be the ones that can provide that guidance to get that feedback. And then we also have, feedback tools. We have an anonymous special education email site that people can share concerns for us to.
So folks who are
research.
concerned can reach out to that email address.
Absolutely.
And who heads that?
Our specialized instruction team, they review what comes into that inbox and they make determinations of, what
Okay.
needs to be reevaluated or, if something needs to be investigated further, they will lead that process.
Okay. I didn't mention the school, but we have reason to believe that that is happening. I don't think people are making this up. So I do think it's something to look into.
And please share, they can, again, if they have that concern, they can share that feedback with us anonymously.
Okay. Last focus area, constraints placed on schools. I have heard that there are hoops that schools need to jump through to get central office to approve school or staff-facing investments such as professional development. What is the current process and what are the reasons for the process?
Yeah, so I think Dr. Ashley did a great job just talking about the process. So I'll turn them, but we're still.
Oh, I missed this question. This already came up.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, well, we can skip it then, just for the sake of time. I'm trusting that we got an answer to it. Something else that has come up, when there is an incident that happens on a campus, whether that's someone is approached or there is a fight or something, it often feels as though parents receive this form letter and that's the extent of it, that principals' hands are tied from being able to communicate freely and truthfully about what happened. I'm assuming that's because of legal responsibilities on behalf of the LEA, but what is the process when there is an incident at school and how are you balancing central office with these form letters and principals being able to provide accurate, up-to-date information to parents?
Yeah, so everything that goes out in the letter is accuracy and we check for accuracy, right? And so I just want to say that.
So an incident happens at 1 o'clock, I'm the principal. There seems to be like a barrier that a principal doesn't feel equipped or supported or allowed to communicate to parents. Walk me through the process. Something happens, someone at central office gives them the green light to push out a letter, or are they told you can answer these questions, not these responses?
Yes, so everything should go into our incident response system, which we call the IRT. Once an incident goes in the IRT, it's flagged for communications. We reach out to the principal, get an assessment of what happens, and we support the principal with communications to the family about the incident. The reason that we are engaged in that is because my understanding, and this is a long-standing practice, there was inequities in the information that families were being provided about incidents. So this provides a equitable floor of information that goes out to families when incidents occur.
And so outside of hearing from that central office communication team, the principal is essentially precluded from talking with parents about an incident that happened? Is that?
No, I think if a parent reaches out to administrator and say, well, what happened in this particular incident? They're certainly at liberty to share what happened. Like, we want principals still to be able to communicate with their school community. We support them with the mass communication that goes out to families. And again, that is to ensure consistency with how incidents are communicated across the district.
Okay.
But yeah, but we don't ever say to, school leaders, you can't talk to a family member or a caregiver about an incident.
Okay.
Now, there are some incidents, and again, I think this is very complicated, is why I keep giving you the
Understood.
caveat. There are situations where we can't share something publicly that a family has inquired about. It might be a personnel issue that's confidential, or it may be specific to a student that's confidential. And so we do guide principals on the types of things that they can or cannot share publicly so that we don't violate any laws or regulations.
Understood. My last question in my 12 seconds, field trips. We've gotten a lot of feedback about the new field trip policy and how it's made it harder for some educators to be able to plan and execute field trips. You've said you're open to taking a new look at it and revising it. Where are we with this?
I mean, we continue to work with schools as it relates to any field trips that they want to take and they want to plan for. We have a central service PLC for field trips that works with school leaders, school PLCs.
And outside of that, and I'm told it's only one person, is that accurate?
Correct.
So one person for the entire LEA approves all field trips. And I'm hearing it creates a significant bottleneck.
Yeah, actually, no. So there's a field trip POC, but there is a process, right, in terms of approval. So that one person is not the only person that is in the queue in order to approve field trips. I ultimately see all field trips that come through, and they come through pretty regularly, as long as the school is adhering to the policy and making sure that they have all the appropriate
Quick follow-up here.
documentation.
And what's the window of time teachers should expect in hearing back an approval about a request for a field trip?
Yeah, if I can interject, I think it's important to note the length, like how far they're going, how long they're away. All of those are factors that will influence.
So there's
the
not a
approval
defined
process.
time is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it could be different depending on whether it's an international field trip or something here locally. But Councilman Brown, I'll give you a caution. We have a long history with field trips where we have had to standardize that process because we just had some incidents that we can't have repeated in the district.
Okay.
And so we thoroughly vet all field trip opportunities. But if you are doing something local, it is a very quick process. We check for insurance, chaperones, clearances. You have the right adults with young people. But again, if you are going out of state or international, that's a very different process.
Understood. I'll leave it there. We continue to hear complaints about it. I think you all should look at it.
Yeah, and I was just going to add one thing. I think this is, sometimes where we get a lot of feedback from is folks that try to do things at the last minute. We do some pretty incredible field trips, right? We have folks that go overseas. We have scuba diving. We have a field trip that's going skiing tomorrow. I think the message back to folks is making sure that they provide adequate lead time to be able to make sure that we can keep kids safe. Most importantly, that's a number one priority for us. And so just as you're sharing that is like the longer we have, the more that we can make sure that we can make it successful.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chairman.
So it sounds like the theme is prior planning.
Yes. Because again, if you're short chaperones, we can help. We just help a high school with, field trip with, they were short chaperones. Like the more time, we can be very helpful in helping the school realize the experience. And we want students to have these experiences.
Yes, we like experiential learning. I have no more questions for you. As I said at the outset, this was the 5th of 8 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having. The next hearing will be on Tuesday, February 24th, where we will hear testimony about the performance of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, Chancellor, Dr. Ashley, Dr. Bay. The time is 3:13 p.m.